Yo, hold on. Give me a second, chat. Just bear with me. How's it going, everyone? It's good to be back. I just have to change some settings here on my Streamlabs. Whoa, what the fuck is this? I'm just having an issue with Streamlabs right now. When we switch streamers, we need to change our donation settings on Streamlabs, but for some reason it isn't allowing me to change my settings. Anyway, I can go to the next cutscene while I fuck around here. Although, wait, now the game isn't showing up. Hold on.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it. A kind of cyborg ninja, complete with a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze! You must be one of Dead Cell.
Course not. What a thing to say.
Drop your gun!
Not a chance.
I saw a female soldier. Russian. Must be Olga Gerlukovich.
How do you know?
Unlike you, I've been briefed.
She's not a Dead Cell?
No, she commands a Russian private army.
They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
Okay. I can finally start to try and relax now. Everything is sorted. How's it going, everyone? I can see the chat. So, here we are. Deep into MGS2. We are at the top of Strut E. I think I know what I'm going to do here. Let's just flip quickly up to the end here. We have the Harrier here. I think if we call the Colonel, Raiden will question him about this.
Raiden, that's a Harrier 2 you see over there.
That's what shot down the SEAL chopper?
That's right. Unfortunately, The weapons you have at the moment aren't up to the task of neutralizing this plane. Leave it alone for now.
Hey, what's up, Moose? How's it going, everyone? I haven't been awake for long, so, you know, I need to, need to get back into the groove. Woke up, tried to get some food as fast as I could. And, here we go again. Eat, sleep, MGS, repeat. Anything else I want to do with the Colonel here? Let's give him another call.
Raiden, log into the node first. Strut E's node is in the northeast corner of the first floor. Make doubly sure you stay out of the enemy sight. If the radar goes offline, the sensor is useless. The C4s will become invisible to you again.
What are your thoughts on the MGS3 reveal? Right, you're going to have to excuse me. I'm going to have to ignore this question a lot. So try not to take offense when I just ignore this question most of the time. I will talk about it like once every few hours, but the majority of these questions I will be ignoring because I can't talk about it all the time. You know, it's going to get very old. But I also can't expect people not to want to ask me about it at the same time, you know? So it's understandable. I understand that people are going to come in and they want to hear my thoughts, but yeah, I'm just going to have to ignore the questions for the most part. But yeah, I also just don't have too many opinions on it. I think me and DRK are kind of in a similar position where we don't, yeah, I don't know, it's hard to have any opinion. You know, there's no part of me that really desires remakes for these classic MGS games. So, like, you know, I haven't been clamoring for for this to happen. You know, we've been hearing remake rumors for years and years and years and years, and I wasn't like desperately anticipating this or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to get excited about something that seems to be such a trend as well, you know? It just feels like Konami trying to chase the safest possible thing to do for the series to bring it back in this post-Kojima era. You know, there's nothing safer than a remake of a classic in today's gaming climate. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. I guess I'm curious to see who's making it. I know Konami are working with some developer that also partnered with them on MGS5. I don't know. Joe Creek with the 8 months. Thank you very much. Forsaken. Thank you for gifting us up to Dark Pumpkin Queen. I'm not sure if that was during DRK's session. Solidus with the 32. Martian gifting away as usual. Thank you, Martian. But yeah, like, I don't know. I guess as well, generally, I usually end up preferring originals over remakes. I think oftentimes it's hard for originals to live up to, or it's hard for remakes to live up to the original. There are a few remakes that I really love. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's see. What am I gonna do?
Who's that?
Oh wow, he actually can see me from there.
Enemy sight. Requesting backup
Fuck.
Oh! An intruder!
Is this the only guy up here? Oh no.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Sending reinforcements to the roof of Strut E. Exercise extreme caution around the heliport.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of, I am a little bit concerned, I guess, that MGS might just receive the Silent Hill treatment now, where Konami just really fail to handle the series, and they start outsourcing it to random companies that don't really understand the series, or that they, you know, struggle to live up to what the series was. Where it just becomes this very corporate thing.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard
Hard
team,
to have
stay
faith.
alert.
Bum, 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 bum. Sheepo with the 13 months, thank you. No need to be concerned, Konami never let us down. Have I played Ghost Recon? No. I have not played Ghost Recon. Let me call Pliskin.
Everything's going smoothly over here. I just finished defusing another C4. For some reason, there was one planted on an enemy soldier's back. Raiden, don't ever turn your back on that Olga woman. Olga Gerlukovich, daughter of Colonel Sergei Gerlukovich, ex-GRU and former Spetsnaz commander. She's the leader of Colonel Gerlukovich's private army that's been wandering around the Big Shell. Those men were gathered by Colonel...
Fuck. Sorry, I was moving some cables around. Those men were gathered by Colonel Gerlukovich. Following his death, she inherited his command and now exercises full control. Her father's name was widely respected throughout the old Soviet regime, and he was the goal of just about every military man. Why would a respected soldier become a leader of those cutthroats? The collapse of the Republic resulted in a lot of unemployed soldiers. Most found themselves suddenly cast out into the civilian world, hopelessly lost. The colonel took those men in. He organized a mercenary army and led his men from battle to battle in various disputed regions around the world, hoping that one day he would rebuild his homeland. Rumor has it that during the Shadow Moses incident, he planned to rendezvous with Liquid Snake's men and assist in their uprising. I assume that the revolt figured into his reconstruction plans for the Soviet regime. I also heard that Ocelot, Liquid's right-hand man, was an old friend of the Colonel's, back in the old days of the Soviet Union. In any case, Olga inherited her father's military genius and has become a force to be reckoned with. She was born and raised on the battlefield, and she's as tough as she looks. Not my ideal choice for a date. You sound like you've met her. No, I haven't had the pleasure. Just remember what I said. Don't turn your back on her. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I need to turn down the game volume a bit because my mic is being drowned out. Hold on. Okay, hopefully that's a little bit more well balanced now. You can let me know. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should do a playthrough sometime where I voice every character. I think I could probably do a better Snake than that. That's just what came out first, and I just rolled with it. There's this guy sleeping. Ghost fishing with the 8 months. Thank you very much. Acid it's loads of fun voicing the characters in Acid because you get to come up with all of your own voices because so many of the characters are new and they have no voices. Yeah, we should do Acid again sometime. Ghost Babel dub? Yeah, maybe. How long does the effect last?
Jack, do you remember the day we met?
I'm kind of busy right now, Rose.
You're right, sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There were all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler Building, and then you showed up and started mouthing off. You were like, no, it's the Empire State.
I said the Chrysler Building was in Godzilla.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler Building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
What?
Take care.
What? Everyone's favorite scene. We've more of a chance of seeing Acid than Ghost Babel in the collection. Probably, yeah. I would say so. Fuck it. Let's sign into the node. I don't even know what difficulty we're on. Are we on Extreme or European Extreme? Extreme, hopefully. Makes the end of the game more enjoyable. Let's change that to previous. Oh, damn. No, wait, oh, hold on. I can turn on the fucking radar, can't I? We miss out on an Easter egg later on if we don't have the radar on. Let's just do a regular save call with Rose. Make sure we're up to date. I've no idea what calls the arcade has done. I think he's done most of the optional calls up until this point. Let me just save here. Oh, right, bad humans, okay. Oh yeah, we're on European Extreme. Fuck.
Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Wexford? How's it going, man? Yeah, I generally prefer to play on Extreme instead of European Extreme when we do these marathons. Just because the end of the game is just kind of bullshit on European Extreme. You get to have more fun on Extreme and actually play the game normally. I mean, I guess you can still have a bit of fun with the sword, but yeah, you have a bit more freedom to fuck around on Extreme. And we miss out on a codec call as well. You know, because on European Extreme, there are no rations at all in the game. So you can't get the codec call about the ration. However, because we're on European Extreme, I will be able to do my Strut D strat. Let's see if I can do this. Too slow. Let's try it again. You have to be incredibly quick here.
Who's there? What was that just
Might have been too slow. Ha! Oh, nice.
Nothing
We
here.
purposely bait those two guys to come down. Get up to this guy right before he turns around. Freeze the second bomb. Quickly. Fuck.
There's somebody there.
Ha! Crisscross up the stairs.
Who's there?
Ah! Woo! Okay.
There's somebody there. Huh? What was that just now?
Oh my. Oh, you fucking bitch! Yeah, I fucked it up, but I thought I'd be able to improv my way out of it. Almost.
This is Raiden. Disposal of the C4 in Strut D is complete.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s packed into the bottom of the strut. Pete called it right.
I knew he had the real thing up his sleeve.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess. The ionization sensor can't detect them. The whole thing is sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs that are invisible to the sensor?
Any ideas, Pete?
Are there more out there?
I'll go see for myself.
You can't move fast enough.
He's right. I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's something not right about this one. I can feel it.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
No, there's no need. Raiden, you have one left to go, correct?
Right, except for those scentless ones.
How about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left, not counting this one.
Okay. It'll have to be me. I have the level 4 card that'll get me into Shell 2 in any case.
You'll never make it. With that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago, I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby, too. These past 5 years, I've lived a lie.
Lied?
Yes, lied. I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing on catwalks and hike over deserts. I lived my life so well, I haven't even answered to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul by playing the victim. Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victims?
I know. I'm a coward.
Hey, Pete.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Raiden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Raiden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
And back into the alert sequence. Thankfully, these guards were kind enough to wait around for Stillman's monologue. And now I'm probably gonna die, and we're gonna have to do this again. Go.
I need some help here.
Ooh. I don't think anyone's gonna come in through this door. All right, we're good. Let's check in with Rose, because we'll have a little follow-up on that scene now with a save call.
What's up, Jack? I can't believe it. Stillman's prosthetic leg was all a big lie.
Don't be too hard on him, Rose.
But he's got no right to go around pretending he's got a prosthetic leg. That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
Rose.
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
Rose.
Raiden, leave the odorless C4 on Strut H to Stillman. Your job is to dispose of the C4s left on Shell 1. Locate every last one.
Hey, what's up, Raguchi? Oh, DRK already destroyed the camera here. Interesting.
Huh?
Oh, you bitch. I thought I could get him before he saw me with the binoculars. Jesus Christ. I wanted to DRK talk about the area codes. DRK talk about the area codes here.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to the CD connecting bridge. Exercise extreme caution.
How you can see here it says W18A D. It's telling you what the area code is for Strut D.
What was that just now?
And over here tells you the area code for Strut C, W16A. And I think this is probably something that the developers actually used when coding the game. You know, it reminds me of that stuff in MGS4 in the Middle East. Or rather in the European level. So yeah, here we have W16. On the other side, we have W18. So there's an area in between Strut C and Strut D, which is the bridge we're on now, which I think should be W17. So if I kill myself on purpose here...
What was that just now?
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
Yeah, if you look at the bottom of the screen there, see where it says vanished point? That is the area code for the area that you are currently in. See? W17A. So just another cool little detail that ties into the meta narrative, the simulation narrative. I'm not sure if DRK talked about the mission failed screen earlier. Did he? Did he talk about all this, what all this stuff means on this screen? I'm assuming he did if he died. Or maybe he died just to show it off anyway. Has anyone been here for the whole plant section? Don't think so? No, he didn't die on the plant? Right, okay, well, we can go over it then. Yeah, this screen is interesting, right? Because it's not the classic game over MGS failure screen. In MGS1, you get the classic game over logo, bump, bump, ba-da-da, bump, bump, bump. And then on the tanker, you get the same screen. But then when you get to the plant, the screen changes dramatically. And it's whatever the fuck this is. All of that code underneath continue and exit, those all represent your performance. Arm strength is the first thing you see there if you actually read what it says. That's your grip gauge, your grip level. Underneath that is prudence, which is your save count. Which is maybe something that's also tying into what Mantis says if you save a lot. In MGS1, how he calls you a prudent person. Ammo used underneath that. That's your points of ammo. Underneath that, ALRT-NUM. Pretty easy to understand what that is. Alert number. The amount of alerts that you've triggered. Underneath that is your kill count. It says NUET. I think it's supposed to be like neutralize. 27 kills. So you can see your kill count here as well. Underneath that is damage amount. So however many points of damage, however the game calculates damage, 270. And underneath that are just camera coordinates. Camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. Underneath that, area move. That's the amount of times that you have moved between areas. The amount of times that you've loaded into another area. Underneath that is vanish point, which is what I just explained. That's the actual area code for the area that you're in. And I always forget what the other ones are on the top right and the bottom right. It says there Onikamoto YK, which I think is an anagram for Konami Tokyo, but also is also something else. Is like Onikamoto also a real place? I think that might have like a double meaning. Gakuratas. Can anyone remember what that one is? I always forget what that one is. Bad Humans, 30,000 is the damage. The damage character limit. I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Bad Humans. I'm not seeing 3,000 anywhere or 30,000. I wonder what those numbers are underneath Gakuratas. Whatever that is, 61301891. Oh, the number won't go higher than 30,000 under damage amount. Oh, it's oh right. So you're just saying you're just telling us that there's a limit for the character damage. Oh, okay. I know this because I took a rocket to the face for 5 hours. Okay, cool. Bad Humans. Can you remember what all the other ones mean on the top right and the bottom right? Gakuratas. So yeah, just again to show this off now that you've seen the vantage point and what it means. W18A, that's telling us the code for the next area, Strut D. We are in W17A right now. On the bridge. And W16A for Strut C. So yeah, pretty cool that you can actually see the codes written on the environment too. It's just adds a nice little flourish to the whole idea that this is a that this place is set up for this simulation.
Freeze!
Freeze! While we're at it, while we're talking about the mission failed screen, also we didn't go over all the details there either. Let's kill ourselves again. Pay attention to the dialogue here during the mission failed screen too, when they're calling out for Raiden, when they're calling his name. If it's Rose, pay attention to what she sounds like.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
So there's a really interesting detail in that dialogue. At the very end, when she pauses for a second and then goes and lets out that gasp, that is not Rose just crying for Raiden. That is Rose getting killed. Rose's nanomachines are wired. Rose and Raiden are both wired up to the same system, to the same analytical system. The same thing that's analyzing Raiden's performance right now. This mission failed screen is a part of GW. And that's why you see that fish and mail screen at the end of the game. Because the virus is affecting GW, so the virus is also affecting the mission failed screen, and it's also affecting the kernel because the kernel is a part of GW. Rose and Raiden are both hooked up to this system, and like they say later on, the Rose's life and the survival of Rose's child is dependent on Raiden's success. So if Raiden dies, so does Rose. So when you hear Rose gasp there, that is Rose's life getting snuffed out due to Raiden's failure. every time you there are several variations on the Rose dialogue, her mission failed dialogue, when she calls out for Raiden's name, but there is one thing that remains consistent with all of those variations, and that is the pause and then the gasp at the end of it, which is, I think, designed to draw your attention to it, that there's something kind of odd about it. Yeah, really crazy little detail. Another thing that I didn't go over last time was the fact that it says mission failed instead of game over. In MGS1, it says game over instead of mission failed. In on the tanker, it says game over instead of mission failed. But here it says mission failed. Is there a reason that it says mission failed instead of game over? Again, it ties into the whole simulation narrative. A game released in between MGS1 and MGS2, a game called MGS VR Missions. And whenever you fail in VR missions, it doesn't say game over. It says mission failed. So, again, it's just another thing that's designed to blur the lines between reality and unreality. It's there to make you question what's actually going on here. Is the gasp equals death confirmed or just implied? Well, it's confirmed in the text for the game. I can't remember if it's in the actual script for the game, but it is in official documents related to the script for the game. But within the game itself, they never like spell it out explicitly for you. MGS, there's a detail in MGS5 that's designed to mirror that scene as well. If there's in one of the game over screens in MGS5, Ocelot calls out for Snake, and then there's a long pause, and he goes, "Ugh!" And that's supposed to be him snapping himself out of his brainwashed state. You know, going from believing that Venom is the real big boss to back to his state where he knows that isn't true. But yeah, it's very deliberate. Is the gasp more prominent in the Japanese dub? No, I think it's the same. I mean, it's pretty fucking prominent in the English as well, I think. You know, it stands out. I remember the first time I found out about it. I found out about it reading it's a prominent MGS fan on Twitter by the name of Heitai. And he was the one who drew my attention to this detail by posting like official Japanese, by posting the, I can't remember if it was in the Japanese script or some other official document, but it was all written in Japanese, and I Google translated his tweet, and I couldn't really make out what he was talking about exactly, but I saw that he was mentioning the gasp, Rose's gasp, and when I saw that, I knew exactly what he was talking about. I'm like, oh fuck, there's actually something related to that gasp, because it is something that is kind of memorable, I think. Like, even if you don't consciously pick up on that being like a meaningful detail, it is memorable. So when I saw that he was talking about Rose's gasp, I immediately knew what he was talking about. I was like, oh yeah, there's something going on related to this, to Rose's weird little gasp. I never thought about the fact that you hear the gasp in every variation of the dialogue. But then after learning that information, I was like, yeah, that is kind of unusual. That she has a few variations on the dialogue, but the gasp is the thing that's there every single time. Let me see here. Did you know gaming? Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Ghost Babel also has game over for its main game and mission failed for the missions where you roleplay as Snake. Yeah, Ghost Babel has... I still need to play a lot of that extra content in Ghost Babel. All the post-game stuff that really ties into MGS2. I'm battle lamp. Let me go back to the node here. Hey, Bad Humans, can you remember where that information is? I remember Heitai posting it on... Like, I remember we only learned about this detail a few months ago. Well, no, I guess it was more than that now. It was, like, more than a year ago. Probably, like, a year and a half ago. Can you remember where he got that information? Was it just in the Japanese script? Just, like, notes in the Japanese script? The Ocelot one or the Rose one? The Rose one. Hold on a second. Gabadaloompadoo-doo-doo. Gabadaloompadoo-doo-doo. Did DRK do all of the bathroom-related Easter eggs? I'm assuming he did. I think he usually gets the magazine early and did all of that stuff. Crazy the amount of bathroom-related codec calls in this. Absolutely insane.
I have the last C4 frozen. There's nothing showing up on the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
You're way ahead of me, kid. I still have one to go.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4, and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section of the strut is demolished, Shell 2 will be well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will actually sink?
Not immediately. There'll still be 5 struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector. It's the thing you acquired from the safe in Strut C a little while back.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
It was in the scenario book for MGS2. The scenario book will have notes with the addition of the script. Yeah, that's what I remember, that it was like developer notes, like their commentary on the script. That scenario book is only in Japanese, isn't it? But, yeah, I remember I was fucking... I was almost kicking myself when I saw that for the first time. You know, that I didn't pick up on it myself. I was almost annoyed that I didn't figure that out by myself. Because I didn't know what exactly he was talking about, but I saw mention of Rose's gasp, and I immediately knew what the gasp was, and I was like, oh my god, I don't fucking believe it. That gasp is actually... There's actually something to that gasp. Just crazy, you know? You play the game fucking hundreds of times, you hear that dialogue a million times, and you just don't think anything of it. And then it's like, wow, man. This revelation after 20 years. Get some more ammo for our M9. Gabba-da-loompa-doo-doo-doo. All right, let's keep going.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right. The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Right. Move! Get to the bottom of Strut A now!
Again, Did You Know Gaming, thank you very much for your tier 1. And Flynn, thank you for the Prime sub. Cheers, guys. A battle lamp.
Freeze!
I always like the detail of the music cutting out when you're outside. Almost like there's speakers inside. Boom, bum, baka, baka. No, you don't have to get both health bars down. Either or.
Right. Pliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
Pliskin, get away from Strut H as fast as you can.
Pete!
Right! Keep your distance. Use the spray from as far away as possible.
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Get real.
Get real, Stillman. Maybe if you didn't lie about your leg, and you were a truthful and real person, none of this would have happened.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the President. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
I'm sure DRK showed it earlier, but it's a cool detail how you can see the bomb here at the very beginning of the game. One of the many cool details at the start of the plant sequence. How you can see this bomb, but there's no blinking light. Because of course, in order for this one to become active, all the other ones at the top need to be deactivated first. Nothing else changes down here, I don't think, though, since the beginning of the game.
Raiden, the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed, shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the President.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jeff, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the President. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Strut A. Yeah, so keep that in mind for later on, what he said about that hostage that was killed. As clear as day, apparently. No disputing the reality of the situation. A simple truth. Plain to see for anyone. No reason to dispute it. I love the... this game almost becomes a dark comedy in ways, I think, where on repeat playthroughs. Like, I feel like some of the Colonel's dialogue becomes quite funny on repeat playthroughs when you know what's really going on. Like, just the amount of lies. Just the unbelievable amount of lies. The calls later on after the President's scene are particularly good, you know, where like the Colonel is just blatantly lying to him. Like even then, it's like it seems like Raiden can tell, but there's just nothing he can do about it. You know, he's just facing this brick wall of blatant lies, and there's nothing he can do. when he's asking him about the Patriots. No, I don't know anything. While the Colonel is like literally the embodiment of the Patriots. He was the president. I'm sure he knew what he was talking about. Damn, the bugs are bugged this time.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come. Show yourself and finish me. Like you finished off my father. Otherwise, you'll be the one to die.
Oh, crap.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you? Maybe you can give me death. My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Here we go. Oh!
What is she, a witch? For some reason, I can't hit her.
I don't understand. She's obviously impervious to attack.
What are my options?
Disengage her and get out.
The elevator is still upstairs. My retreat's been cut off.
Hang on until the elevator comes down again. Your weapons can't hurt her, and you need to stay alive. Use whatever cover you can find and invade her.
I'm probably gonna die here.
Fortune's railgun packs some power. A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover. Don't even think about attempting melee combat. Keep your distance and evade her attacks. Just buy some time until the elevator arrives. Raiden. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is approximately 10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available, though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inter-rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist that criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't?
Most likely, probably because she's lucky.
Unbelievable.
Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
Oh, God. I don't believe it.
Right, what's
Was I
wrong?
running diagonally up
Right.
against the wall there or something?
Right.
Okay, you want to see the cheese strat for Fortune? Take a look at this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Right. Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you, Raiden.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, Raiden.
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about backup?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, then.
Now!
Now! Now!
Damn!
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No. That death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death again? How long will you force me to live? How much longer, Dad? You've punished me enough. I thought you could give me peace. But you couldn't kill me either.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen. I died once already.
Them.
I can't die twice.
Her tears brought him back. Notice how whenever Vamp comes back to life, it always has something to do with water. As soon as the teardrop hits his face, he wakes back up. Later on, when you kill him, he always jumps back into the pool. And then when you kill him for the second time, he falls back into the water after Emma. You know, when he's holding on to Emma. It's just kind of an interesting little detail. You know, when you see the teardrop fall on his face, you might think, oh, it's just like for dramatic effect or something. But then, I don't know, later on, every time you kill him, water seems to be involved in some way. And then you see that water is kind of a big theme in the game in general. You know, the flow of information in the information age, in the internet age, is always, is often symbolized in the game by the flow of water in the opening credits. All the metaphors they use later on in the game. When Solidus is giving his speech about the clones and how they can't reproduce at the end of the game, while he's giving that speech, you see this image of flowing water, and he's talking about, you know, how the data of life is transferred from parent to child. They use water as a metaphor for life. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. In the Japanese version of the game, when Raiden says "now," in the Japanese version, he says "now" extremely quietly, under his breath, as if he's just like, it's like a mantra, or, you know, it's like he's just saying it to focus, you know, like he's readying up the shot now, and it's just something he says to himself to focus. He doesn't announce it for everyone to hear. But I guess because in the script it was written in caps, they thought that it was supposed to be shouted. They probably just didn't have the proper direction there for the English script. From what I remember, anyway, I'm pretty sure that's how it is in the Japanese script. Maybe someone can confirm. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he just says it very, very quietly to himself. I don't think it's shouted at all. Surprise attack! Oh, wow, really?
Enemy sight. Requesting back.
Yeah, sure, requesting backup. Yeah, I mean, I think Quentin Flynn's Raiden grew on me more over the years. It has its charms. And I think some of like the very heightened stuff works as a different interpretation for the character, just like how turned up to 11 he is a lot of the time. The extreme anxiety. We shoot the wall there to distract that guy. Love utilizing the distraction shots in this. Rose's VA, I'm kind of mixed on Rose. I know, I guess I just think some of the big scenes in the game work better in Japanese. Like the more emotional, like the really heightened melodrama at the end of the game between Rose and Raiden. I feel like a lot of that works better in Japanese. Why do you never play the Japanese version? Because you can't play it with English subtitles. Give me MGS2 in Japanese with English subtitles over an MGS3 remake any day of the week. That is all I want from these old games. That is my only desire for a re-release. Give me the Japanese games with English subtitles and I'll be happy. I think it'd be really cool for the channel as well. You know, we could alternate between the versions for marathons. You know, like one month we do the English VA for a marathon, then the next month we do the Japanese. It'd be really cool. You know? Yeah, I think it might be difficult to mod. I feel like someone would have done it by now. Do I speak Japanese? No. That's why I need subtitles. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess I could play it in my own time and just not stream it. Love how the last bomb is just here to tease us. We don't have to find it at all. It's just chilling here. I might still do some Japanese playthroughs at some point, you know, just even if we can't read the subtitles. You know, you can still... I mean, so many of us have played the game so many times now that we kind of will know what they're talking about anyway. We know the scenes so well anyway. But even if you really do need the subtitles, you'd still be able to get a feel for how the characters come across, you know, the tone.
So you're the one. You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man.
Is he Dead Cell?
I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and the most. Can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time. And life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters. Life is short. Bombs tell the time with every moment of their existence, and nothing else announces its own end with such a fanfare. Glad you could make it. The party's about to start. good year. Let's drink the Stillman, shall we?
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on, huh?
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you.
Oh, yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
You have nothing of his courage. Or... What are you laughing at?
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. It set me free, you know. Opened the way to a new dimension. So that I could become the Emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal, and that's the only way people will ever remember you.
How dare you! I'm an artist! That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable my bombs. Laugh and grow fat. Let's move!
Let's move! Here we go. Love Fat Man. His VA especially is great. Barry Dennen.
Here's one for you.
Take out his skates. Get the double headshot. We give him a head start here. Oh. Nice. Hey, Raikal with the prime sub. Thank you. Don't touch me.
Look, your favorite. Explosive. Come on, get a move on.
Oh, nice! If you shoot his skates right as he's taking off, right as he's accelerating, you get that unique animation where he flies forward. Watch how he sits up here as well. It's also a unique animation.
No way!
It's hard to do that intentionally. Whoa. Oh, underneath.
Look, your favorite. Hey, where'd you go?
Oh, I got you. One really cool strat here, if you have time, Fat Man will always, if there's only one bomb left, Fat Man will always skate back to his final bomb after he sets the timer. At this point, you know, he'll only go and plant new bombs once you get rid of all the bombs that are already there. So right now, he's always going to come back to this bomb.
10 seconds.
Like that. These ones can be really awkward. Where is it?
It's time to get back to the bomb. 20 seconds left.
Fuck. Coming back to the bomb.
10 seconds, and it's all over.
Oh, shit. Oof. Gets that health back. Ah, you son of a bitch. Nice. Fuck. Okay, you planted one up here. So because I've loads of time here, we can wait for him to skate off. And he's, like usual, he'll always come back to his final bomb. Oh god. Woo! Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Oh, this could be it. It might be over. Oh god, it's over. Has to be underneath, right? Ah! Oh no! It's over. It's on this side. I knew I should have checked. Shit.
Look who's the fattest now.
Right, come in. Right.
That was a really fun Fat Man fight. That went on for a long time. Okay. No fun and games this time. Watch this. I actually fucked up what I meant to do there.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh and grow fat.
Where could it be?
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it.
Sounds like it's in here somewhere.
Raiden, have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look.
That image. Damn, I'm getting pretty close, Colonel.
Raiden, the bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Look, Rose, I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so just...
Raiden, don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
Okay, let's check. Oh.
Good work, Raiden. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally kept in the dark, I'd say. He seemed to be coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Raiden, a lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Defused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell 2?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the Central Core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the President and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. And it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
What? All right, we're back. Hold on a second here. What? And if we take a look at Fat Man's hands up close now, look at those nails. I'm sure DRK did the calls earlier about Fat Man where Snake talks about the fact that he gets manicures. Well, it looks like he was accurate with that information. If it's however the hell I say your name, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Cheers. Look at that big veiny head. There's an interesting detail that gets lost in translation during Fat Man's opening speech. You know when Raiden is comparing him to Stillman, and he says something like, "You had nothing of his courage," or his... And then Fat Man interrupts him and he starts laughing. And he said that Croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago. In Japanese, I can't remember exactly, you know, the exact translation differences, but in Japanese, when he responds to what Raiden says there, he says that those dreams died 6 months ago. Like the idea that he could live up to Stillman's legacy. That's what he should be saying there. That, you know, when Raiden is like, you had nothing of his courage. Fat Man responds and says, you know, those dreams of living up to Stillman, to having those honorable and noble ideals or whatever, that died with the liquidation of Dead Cell, and that's when he became, you know, that's when he went completely insane, I guess. I think it's also interesting as well how he says, "That's the only reason I assisted them," and he's referring to the Patriots, and speaking as if he's really making, you know, that he made his own decision, you know, like, you know, as if the Patriots like really needed his help, you know. That's the only reason I decided to do that. But of course, the Patriots completely arranged for all of that to happen in the first place. The Patriots carefully arranged this whole situation with Dead Cell. You know, the arrest of Fortune's husband, the killing of Fortune's husband, and how the loss of Dead Cell's leader triggered the group to go crazy. Like, all of that was set up by the Patriots. So I think that's just an interesting detail. You know, Fat Man thinks he's making this decision of his own free will, but it was really all organized. You know, it was all planned for this to happen. You know, that the Patriots knew that Dead Cell would snap with the loss of their leader. I thought he meant it like Stillman was dead to him or something. Yeah, it's kind of weird the way it's translated in English. That Croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago. 6 months ago, the liquidation of Dead Cell. It set me free, you know. Opened the way to a new dimension. But yeah, what he should be saying there is that, you know, those dreams to live up to Stillman died 6 months ago, along with the liquidation of Dead Cell. I think it's just interesting. It kind of it makes Fat Man slightly more tragic, I guess, or it adds like a little bit of something that might make him more sympathetic, you know, because I don't think that idea really comes across at all as it is now, you know, where you see that maybe at one time Fat Man did wish to you know, live up to Stillman's legacy. You know, one thing that should be extremely obvious, I think, but something that I didn't pick up on for the longest time, was his opening dialogue when he says, "I am the greatest that humanity has to offer and the lowest." He's talking about, you know, himself. He obviously has this big ego. How dare you? I'm an artist. But the dialogue, I think, is obviously referring to the atomic bomb as well. Fat Man, his name, he's literally named after the atomic bomb. The atomic bomb being the greatest that humanity has achieved, this like incredible creation, but also the lowest, the greatest and the lowest at the same time. That it is this amazing achievement on one end, but it is also this thing designed to destroy the world. His line as well, laugh and grow fat. I think that's again him, like his Fat Man is imagining himself as a character, you know? He's imagining how he'll go down in history and the legacy that he'll leave and the stories that will be written about him. So when you see him say that line and you see it in quotes, he's imagining, it's like he's playing it's like he's playing a fictitious version of himself. He's playing the character that he wants to be seen as. He's also mad that rollerblading isn't popular. The rollerblading is wild. I guess it's another thing, you know, because the characters and the bosses in MGS2 are obviously supposed to be like really deliberately unreal. And I guess Fortune and Vamp are more obvious instances of that. You know, where you're placing a vampire, like something that you associate, I guess, with fiction and a certain genre of fiction. And now you're placing a vampire in a different context, which just highlights how unreal it is. I guess it just makes it seem, yeah, very unreal and strange. Making these characters immortal, having Fortune revolve around the idea of luck, and that's why all these bullets aren't hitting her. And Fat Man rolling around on rollerblades, I guess, is another thing that's unreal and shouldn't be possible with his weight. How he's able to do that, you know, it's completely unreal. Combined with obviously the weight of the fucking the bomb blast suit that he's wearing. He glides like an angel. Yeah, it shouldn't be possible. Let's follow up on that save call with Rose, shall we?
What can I do for you, Jack?
I love you.
I want to hold you in my arms.
Jack?
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right, all right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right, and you saved my butt.
As long as you realize that.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
It's such an unnatural reading of that line. Relax, I'm just messing with you. That is one of the most well-hidden calls in the entire game. To trigger that call, first you have to do all 3 calls in the previous section where you have to spray Fat Man's final bomb that's underneath his body. You know, because that save call only makes sense if we've done the previous call where Rose has to tell him about the bomb. And that is an optional call, right? So if you don't do that optional call, this call will never be possible. It won't unlock. But to get that call where she tells you to check under Fat Man's body, you have to do 3 calls with the Colonel during that countdown section. And that final call only triggers when the timer hits 10 seconds. So it's very easy to miss out on that call and not even realize that it's a thing. Right? So when the countdown timer begins, if you call the Colonel repeatedly, you won't get that final call. You have to do 2 calls before the 10-second mark. Or, well, you can probably just wait for the 10-second mark and then do all 3 of them in a row. But, yeah, you can do the first 2 at any time. But to get the final one where Rose tells you to check under the body, you need to wait until it hits 10 seconds. Because that's when, you know, every year it's panicking. We fucking need to find this bomb. It's going to go off in 10 seconds. And that's... Yeah, that's when she tells you. And then to get this save call, you have to call her right afterwards. Maybe you can still get this call after the next cutscene. I'm not sure. I never tested that. But yeah, you probably don't have too much time to trigger this follow-up save call either. Yeah, it's really well hidden. DRK might have spoken about this earlier, but another cool detail in the story is how the whole bomb disposal sequence is supposed to be like a detour. It's like a divergent test that Raiden has to pass before really tackling the proper exercise of the S3 plan, the simulation. The next line of dialogue you hear from the ninja at the start of the next scene is "You passed with flying colors," because Raiden has now passed the test. Now he can go and tackle the exercise, the S3 plan. At the beginning of the plant section, everything starts to everything really resembles MGS1, right? You keep seeing all these crazy details, and everything feels like it's repeating what happened before during the Shadow Moses incident. But then you get to the bomb disposal sequence, and the bomb disposal sequence is unlike anything in MGS1. And then after the bomb disposal sequence, everything starts to mirror MGS1 again. You get you have to go and contact Ames, and Ames is the stand-in for the DARPA chief. And then you have to go and contact the president, and the president is the stand-in for President Baker. In Japanese, this is even clearer because they both have the same voice actors. The Ames has the DARPA chief's voice actor, and the president has Baker's voice actor. So it's even clearer what they're doing there. But yeah, the whole bomb disposal sequence as a part of the simulation is designed to see if Raiden is capable of continuing with the rest of the simulation, with the core of the simulation. So yeah, it's just interesting some of the dialogue that they use to describe this part of the game. You know, you passed with flying colors, like Raiden is a schoolboy passing an exam. And much later in the game, when we get to the very, very, very end of the game at Arsenal Gear, Ocelot's dialogue ties in really nicely with all of this again, because he literally describes Fat Man as an examiner. Those are the exact words he uses. Fat Man was one of our own people, a sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. You know, everything about this is described as if it's some kind of exam and Raiden is a student. I guess the mission failed screen kind of works into that nicely as well, you know, because it's like literally it's like you're looking at the analytics. So, you know, it's like the whole screen is evaluating it's like a performance evaluation screen.
With flying colors.
Identify yourself.
Unlike you, I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
If you like. But come, let's get out in the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lalilu Lelo. This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
All right. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup including the relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames, has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect unamplified. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have the nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal capable vehicle Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
All right. We're back. Ghosty, thank you very much for the 41 months. Much appreciated. And Lay Android, thank you for the 10-pack, I believe. Lay Android, thank you very much. Let's see, am I behind on thanking anyone else? Hold on. Okay, sorry, I had to sneeze. Joe Creations, I'm pretty sure I thanked you for your tier 1. Thanks for the blessings, chat. Yeah, Joe Creations, a real hero. Lay with the 10 months, Tennis with the 5, Ed Boss with the 6. And anyone else I might have missed. Cheers, guys. Dim, you were saying that in Japanese, the pass with flying colors line is more like, I suppose it's time to say you passed the exam. So it's kind of like Olga is like revealing that it's you know, that this is a line that was fed to her that she has to say. like she's talking to herself, what's the next line on the script here? I suppose it's time for me to say this line of dialogue. That's pretty funny. When the Colonel says there, when Raiden is asking about the ninja, and he says, no, we've no one like that in our unit. That's another instance of the Colonel saying things devoid of its context, right? Like he's taking dialogue from MGS1 that just doesn't really fit here, right? Because there isn't even a question that's being asked about whether this guy is a member of Foxhound, right? Raiden isn't even asking, you know, that it isn't even a question here. Why are you saying that there's nobody in the unit? Why is the Colonel saying that the ninja isn't a part of the unit? You know, it doesn't make any sense. The only reason he's saying it is because it's MGS1 dialogue. You know, in MGS1, he says that due to Baker telling you that the ninja is Foxhound's dirty little secret. But in MGS2, there is no mention of this ninja being a part of Foxhound. But the Colonel is still repeating the dialogue because he's an AI and he has all of this MGS1 data in his system that he's using as a part of the simulation. But it also means that he's fucking up sometimes with his dialogue. MGS2 Colonel repeats dialogue from both Naomi and Campbell in MGS1. Yeah, it happens a few times. where the Colonel kind of becomes a nonsensical mesh of both characters. When the Colonel bugs out early on in the call about knocking, he also repeats Snake's dialogue verbatim. One little detail I like as well is just how the ninja looks compared to how Gray Fox looked in MGS1, right? In MGS1, Gray Fox is a cyborg, is a true cyborg with this exoskeleton. In MGS2, fitting with the whole theme of everything being illusory, like an artificial recreation, Olga is just wearing a costume. You know, she's wearing a suit. Olga is not a cyborg, and just how it looks, like the texture of the suit, it has that look to it. You know, she doesn't look like Gray Fox. It doesn't look like this suit is like fused to her. It doesn't look like it is her body. It really does look like more of a costume. Although I'd say she's probably still getting some good buffs from it. But yeah, she's not a cyborg. It's kind of interesting to consider as well, comparing their final moments. You know, when Gray Fox appears for the last time, he looks different. You know, he's revealing his face. The face mask is open a bit. You can see his full face. But he can't get rid of his exoskeleton completely. But with Olga, she can. When Olga mirrors that sequence at the end of the game, she appears in her normal clothes, completely out of the outfit. Something Bad Humans pointed out to me with that scene as well is how Olga and Solidus both kind of share Gray Fox's role in that scene. Olga jumps down with this last stand in a similar manner to Gray Fox, but she gets killed off immediately, which doesn't happen to Gray Fox. You know, Gray Fox comes down, he blasts away at Metal Gear Rex, he flips up in the air and does all that shit. But with Olga, she jumps down for her last stand, but Solidus cuts her off short and kills her immediately. But then it's like Solidus inherits Olga's Gray Fox role, and he is the one to do what Gray Fox does in MGS1, and he goes off going crazy against the Metal Gear Rays, shooting at them and jumping up in the air and doing all that shit. I never thought about that before, but it's really cool. You know the scene once you kill all the Metal Gear Rays, and Olga jumps down. You know, that scene mirrors when Gray Fox appears in the middle of the Rex fight. But Gray Fox's role, the elements of that scene are split up between both characters. Passing the meme. I really love that scene. Olga's death and Solidus versus the Rays. One of my favorite action scenes in the series. Just the music, the crazy visuals, the twitching heads of the Rays. Very surreal. Whoa, I'm probably going to get caught here. Gonna grab the AK.
Looks like you've got an AK. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core.
Oof, nice. Oh, I got away with that. Let's do a few calls here.
Pliskin, do you read me?
What's up, Raiden?
I just ran into a guy decked out like a ninja.
A ninja?
Yeah. Do you know anything about this?
No. Can you trust that costumed freak?
I don't know. But the Colonel told me to follow the guy's instructions.
See, Snake knows.
And like a good soldier, you'll do it right. I'll let you in on a little secret, kid. The ninja that was publicized in the Shadow Moses incident no longer exists. The guy you met has no connection whatsoever with the incident.
And how do you know that?
Because I do.
Huh?
Just be careful who you trust, okay?
That costumed freak.
Pliskin, do you know anything about a Secret Service agent named Ames?
Ames?
You've heard of him?
No.
Listen, if you know anything...
No. I got the name mixed up with someone else. Forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it. Talk to you later, kid.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid. You're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed. So, you've got an AKS-74U. If you wear an enemy's field outfit and carry an AK, you can pass for one of them. The AK is an outstanding rifle in terms of precision and reliability. As evidenced by widespread licensed manufacturing, not to mention large quantities of illegal reproductions, the AK is in high demand around the world. It is often used as reference for the design of new rifle models. Designs for Israel's Galil, Finland's Valmet, and other rifles are based on the basic structure of the AK. You have a smaller model of the AKS-74 that was designed for use by Special Forces personnel. The stock will only extend to a maximum length of 726 millimeters, a feature that makes the rifle easier to handle in small spaces. The AK can be fitted with a suppressor. With a suppressor, you won't have to worry about your gunshots being heard. Listen up, kid, and don't forget this. Only the guards in Shell 1's core are armed with AK rifles. The others are armed with the AN-94, the official rifle of the Russian army. If you hope to disguise yourself as the enemy, you don't want to be carrying an AK outside of Shell 1's core.
The director's cut version of the AK call there.
I see you're wearing the enemy field uniform. Looks pretty good on you.
Cut it out. It's bad enough that I'm dripping with sweat, wondering when somebody's gonna see through my disguise.
Don't worry. And quit being so sensitive. At least your walk won't give you away.
My walk? What do you mean, my walk?
Nothing. Forget I said it. I'd worry more about the fact that the uniform's a little small for your size. It just might come off when you bump into an enemy. Normally, a proper fitting uniform is issued to a soldier. You're just going to have to fit your movement to the uniform.
I love how Snake says, quit being so sensitive. After Raiden isn't really being all that sensitive, but after he says that, then he really starts being sensitive. My walk? What do you mean, my walk? It's kind of fitting, too, that we're, again, filling Meryl's role. This comparison to Meryl, of course, she was the character in MGS1, dressed as the enemy. Both characters are given similar backstories where we're told that they have no previous training. They've only been trained in VR. Rookie characters. You have that moment earlier on when you see Vamp for the first time and Snake says, "What are you waiting for? Shoot." Just like he says to Meryl. Anything else, Pliskin?
Shoot a fire extinguisher and the...
I got it.
Raiden, make contact with Ames and find out where the president is. Our information indicates that Ames is being held in the B1 level of Shell 1's core. Head for the core of Shell 1. Raiden, make contact with Ames.
Colonel, should I really believe what he says?
The fact is that there is no other option, unfortunately for us.
I'll understand once I go to see him then, right?
Shell 1's core has extremely tight security. Impersonate an enemy personnel to
Yeah.
Even the most successful disguise can't protect you if you decide to blow your own cover by attacking the enemy. Do not engage the enemy while you are in disguise.
Colonel, Pliskin wasn't killed.
You look happy, Jack.
Yeah.
Raiden, don't trust him.
What?
Don't you think it's suspicious that he alone came out unscathed? Things don't add up. Raiden, don't put any faith in that guy. You will carry out your mission alone. Do you understand?
That guy.
Colonel, who's that person, Ames?
I checked the roster of Secret Service members serving the president. There was definitely a person on the list named Ames.
So what that ninja said then was not a lie after all.
As far as the roster goes, no. Rose, do you have any other information?
All right, I'll look into it for you.
I'm counting on you.
Raiden, don't act in any way that will excite the enemy's suspicion. A perfect
Colonel, the stories about a Metal Gear within the Big Shell?
That is still being looked into.
Sorry, Jack.
And stories that the Big Shell is just a cover.
Well, every record I've looked through only ever has it as a legitimate offshore decontamination facility. On paper, it's clean.
So you're saying that we have no choice but to talk to Ames or whoever else?
Strut F is the storage center. I think a variety of materials for maintenance of the Big Shell are stored there. There might be something that would come in handy. Why don't you look around?
Okay. Let's continue. Quite a few little optionals to do after the ninja scene. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Now to the Shell 1 core. Easter egg heaven, this place. This is where Easter eggs go to die. Or rather, this is where Easter eggs go when they die.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
An imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the president needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section. Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
Yeah, I think the tone there is supposed to be sort of passive-aggressive, but the Colonel is too much of a robot to deliver the tone. You know, it's like, get a move on, you know? I don't think the Colonel is supposed to be sincerely thinking. Like, I don't think he's supposed to be sincerely wondering if the president needs him. He's like, you know, could we fucking move this along, please? The president needs you, I think. You know? I don't really need the radar. We will get the radar once we get to B1 though, because there is one little Easter egg that requires the radar, which I only found out about like a year ago. Ba-da-loop-a-doo-doo-doo. So here we have the entrance to Arsenal Gear. This is where we get the cutscene later on, the bro handshake, where the ninja jumps down. Cool detail if you look up as well. It actually makes sense that a ninja would be able to hide up there. It's not just a flat ceiling. Look, you could just sit up there and chill on the pipes. I guess that's where Olga was chilling during that scene. But if you look here, you can see the outline for Arsenal Gear. There it is, the shape. Keep out, authorized personnel only. So this is what separates the shell from Arsenal Gear. And we should be able to get a call about this if we look at it up close.
Colonel, what's this door?
I don't know.
It's huge. What the hell is it? It's not in our intel.
Raiden, we have no way at the moment to open that door. Leave it alone and proceed with the mission. Understood?
What could it be? Hey, what's up, Storm? How's it going? Ga-dum-bum-bum.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Onion?
Good morning.
There's a desk that stands out.
It's awfully customized.
What kind of dork brings all this stuff to work? Must be a super freak.
They really like to use the word freak in this game. So, obviously we're dealing with Emma here. This is Emma Emmerich's lab. And, of course, it mirrors Otacon's lab to an extent. We have the Police Nauts posters. I guess Emma is a bit of an otaku as well. Or maybe she's just doing it to copy Otacon, to be closer to Otacon. That would probably be more fitting with the themes. In here, we get a Metal Gear Ghost Babel poster. Zone of the Enders. Hey, Blad. How's it going? Ga-ba-da-lam-bum-bum.
What's up? Venus skin cancer. Time for a treat.
Okay, let's go up and take a look at this guy. We'll see some of this fancy new MGS2 tech. This next generation mocap. Look at this. Ba-dum-bum-bum. I like the shiny floors. Yeah, I love how sleek the big shell is. Not a speck of dust in this place. Reminds me of a hospital at times, yeah. This guy should stop after a few laps. He gets tired. Ba-da-bum-bum. Here we go. This is my favorite MGS? Yeah. Now he passes out. I love that wake up animation. The kind of stutter. Now I think he does some stretches. Ga-ba-da-lam-bum. And off he goes again. Okay, this time we'll grab him.
Freeze!
At Volshore with the fucking tier 3 sub. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
My God. Thank you very much for the tier 3. That is incredibly kind. A 6-month advance? Is that a 6-month tier 3 sub? What?
Freeze!
On my dashboard here, it just says subscribe for tier 3. I'm not seeing anything else apart from that. But man, thank you very much. Those tier 3s go a long way. Thank you. Bum bum. Just gonna call these guys out one by one. Glad gifting a sub to Core as well. Thank you. Am I playing on an emulator? No, the HD collection on PS3.
Freeze!
This thing is too cool.
Pick you up. Oh, damn.
Freeze!
How do you get the magazine up there? You just punch kick combo the locker and then they'll fall off. Did I see it conquered the world? No. I haven't.
Top of locker, top of locker. Top of locker, top of locker.
You have the directional microphone. According to our information, Ames has a pacemaker. This should make his cardiac pattern fairly distinct. Use the directional microphone to locate it.
It's Kojima's favorite film, and it's what the parrot refers to with The mistranslated Venus in Cancer. Oh, is that? Yeah, I know about that film. I thought that was It Came from Outer Space or something like that. Yeah, it's referring to the Venusian alien, right? It's the same thing that Paramedic talks about in MGS3, isn't it? It's with relation to the monster from that film, isn't it? That poses as humans. And that's why Paramedic compares the mask in MGS3 to a Venusian, because you're taking the form of someone else. And that's why she's reminded of that monster that masks as humans. I didn't think it was Kojima's favorite film, though. I've seen Kojima list his top 10 movies in articles before. It Came from Outer Space has shape-shifting aliens. Yeah, it's just that, you know, in MGS3, that's when you unlock all the slides for Paramedic, you find out that that's her favorite monster as well. It Conquered the World is about a conical dude that brainwashes people. I see. And what is the thing in that film that is referenced here? Is it also a Venusian? The alien's secret motivation is to take complete control of the Earth by enslaving humanity using mind control devices. The alien complains that it merely desires to bring peace to the world by eliminating all emotions. Is there a similarity between both films? The Venusian looks pretty funny, doesn't it? I remember seeing pictures of it.
Top of locker. Top of locker. Ba-boom! Top of locker. Top of locker.
You must be Ames. You must be
Whoa,
Ames.
whoa.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames.
Ba-boom!
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be
Whoa,
Ames.
whoa.
You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must be Ames. You must
You
be
must be
Ames.
Ames. You must be Ames.
Victory dance.
Whoa, whoa.
So yeah, you can teach the parrot to say you must be Ames. Hello there.
You must be Ames.
Another interesting thing about the parrot is that it also has Fortune's bullet dodging technology.
Ba-boom! It's him. Someone get over here. It's him. Someone get over here. It's him. Someone get over here.
Even if you throw a grenade, look what happens.
You must be Ames.
A dud!
Top of locker. Top of locker.
Never goes off.
Ba-boom!
Even if you shoot the grenade, that usually causes the grenade to go off. Am I feeling fresh today? Did I get a good sleep? I would say I'm feeling a little bit better than yesterday, yeah. Well, it's just nice that I was able to start streaming sooner today, you know? Yesterday I was awake for 6 hours before I started the stream. And today I got to start right after waking up, so that's nice. I won't have to stay up as long today. You know, I was almost awake for 24 hours again yesterday before I went to bed. So, yeah. In a better situation today, which is nice.
Ba-boom!
What's
that bird?
Parrot, isn't it?
Probably a large budgie. Parakeets get used to humans easily and are talkative, so they are real playful and fun. Hurts when they bite, though, and keeping their cage clean is quite a task. Having one isn't all fun and games.
You sure know a lot about parakeets.
I had my own once.
I didn't know that.
I never mentioned it?
No, this is the first time.
Really?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other things that I don't know about you yet.
Yeah, actually, well, there's a lot more.
Rose?
Jack,
What?
after this mission is over, let's talk about lots of things.
Yeah, let's.
Good luck.
Probably a lot of things she doesn't know about you either, Raiden. Like your entire history and childhood. Right, okay. Let me get these magazines. Ba-da-ba-bum.
Oh.
Cool. Ah. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. Nice, we got it.
Hey.
That line doesn't always trigger. They have a few different lines. Ugh, look at their weird movements here. Ugh, look at the shivers. Oh!
Wait, send reinforcements.
Communications with B2 of the Shell 1 Corps have ceased. Carry out an investigation immediately.
No problem here.
He got one again. Find him now.
Send the replacement guard for the area.
Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to the front of the elevator on B2 of the Shell 1 Corps. Intensify the level of security.
Raiden, make contact with Ames and obtain information about the president. You're in the Shell 1 Corps now. Ames is being held on B1. Head for B1.
Hold up, Daddy Big Balls. I didn't thank you for your $5. Thank you, Daddy Big Balls. Shohei, thank you for gifting the sub to Adventure Mike as well. Much appreciated. Again, Vulshore with the fucking tier 3 too. Thank you.
If you make physical contact with the enemy while in disguise, the disguise will be deselected. Keep that in mind.
That uniform's probably not even close to your size.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, it feels pretty tight.
It's probably a better fit for Rosemary here than you.
Excuse me?
Colonel?
Just an observation. Let's get back to the mission, shall we?
That was inappropriate.
Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, are we gonna be doing the extra stuff on the substance disc? I don't think so. There isn't that much to show with regards to MGS2. Like we could do a few VR missions, I guess. I don't have the ability to play it right now anyway. But maybe if DRK wants to show it later. Show the skateboarding and whatnot.
Raiden, Rosemary has a report for you on Ames.
Jack, it's about Ames.
Did you find anything?
Yeah, only that there's nothing to find.
What?
There is not a single record, let alone his social security number, address, or background. I couldn't even find Ames' gender, age, or full name.
What does that mean?
All I found out was Ames. Just that one word.
Even still, Ames is our way to the president. We'll have to make contact. Head for floor B1 in the core of Shell 1.
It's kind of an interesting detail. Like, it's the only character that's like this, where you ask for information and you get nothing back. I'm assuming that's for a reason. And it probably ties in with the whole In the Darkness of Shadow Moses situation. Ames being, like, one of the Patriots' closest assets, who betrayed them, who they're now getting rid of for some reason. I guess they just don't want, I don't know. Like, they're maybe it's because they're clearing out all of the information on Ames. You know, earlier on in the game, you get those parallels between what Rose has on her database as opposed to what's written in brochures, as opposed to what information Snake has. You know, Snake has all the knowledge through experience. Rose has the information that's given to her on the database that she's using. I don't know. Interesting little thing to consider anyway. I'm not sure why it is.
Find him now. Send the replacement.
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
My favorite character in MGS. I don't know. Probably Big Boss. Big Boss just has such a presence over the whole series, you know, even the games that he's not in. Let me get into the node. Do I want to go straight into the next area? No, I don't. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a brain fart. Favorite boss fight in the series? I think the most fun I've had with a boss in the series is Fat Man. Learning Fat Man for the first time on European Extreme is probably like just the most fun I've had with a boss. Just like crazy intense fights where the timer is ticking down to 1 and you're spraying the bomb at the last second. Or yeah, I used to have like just really close and crazy fights with Fat Man back in the day. I think the end is probably the greatest MGS boss fight. in terms of just the creativity of it and how interesting it is and all of the various details that tie into that boss fight. I would say, yeah, if I had to say what the best fight is, I would probably say the end. But yeah, I guess, you know, there are different types of bosses. But yeah, in terms of pure, like, action and exhilaration, probably Fat Man. In terms of, like, all the creativity and crazy little details, the end.
All clear.
Yeah, these guys take turns here. One guy goes out. These two wait. Then this guy will come back and one of these guys will go and do the same pattern as this guy. Check this out, though. Ooh, I might be fucked.
I got him. Send reinforcements.
All other units remain in your positions.
Move! Clear!
And I'm just gonna close the door again.
Move!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. I'm sending additional men.
As soon as he opens the door for the locker, a guy opens the door behind him and comes in, and he gets distracted by it and turns around. It looks a little bit janky to the point where you might think, is that intentional? Is that what's going on there? But yeah, I think it is. The clearing sequences are very scripted. You know, they'll always do very specific things. Like, I think with this one, if I'm hidden in this locker, they won't check this locker and they'll check this other locker.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Terrible game design? You think so? I really like the unique clearing sequences in this. Oh fuck.
I got him. Send reinforcements.
Assault team, check it out. All other units remain in your positions.
Move! Stop. Stop.
Clear!
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. I'm sending additional men to B1 and the Show 1 core. Heighten security in the crew lounge.
Yeah, so when you hide in the duct, they just check the second locker and then they'll leave straight after. Although I think sometimes it is possible to get caught, even if you are in remember we had that weird thing in Strut E before, remember? Where I thought I was safe in one spot, but no, they actually could check. I forget exactly what that was all about. I need to fuck around there again. But yeah, generally, with the clearing sequences, as long as you find a locker or a duct, or like a quote-unquote official hiding spot, you should be okay. You should be okay to survive the clearing sequence. But they'll change slightly depending on where you're hidden. Look how many guards are here right now. Look at the fucking radar. No. So now we can see some janky shit. They have nowhere to go, these guards. Because guards can't use elevators in this. They can only go through regular doors. The retinal scanner door isn't a regular door. The elevator isn't a regular door. There is no other normal exit out of this place. So these guys are stuck in here. The only way they can leave this area is if they teleport. Is if they despawn and teleport out of the area. But they will not teleport if I can see them. These guards really want to maintain the illusion that they are real people. If I can see them, they won't teleport, and they'll run, and they'll just keep running back and forth along this hallway. Look at this. Look at this. See? He wants to go into the room with the node so he can teleport out of the room. But he won't do it as long as I'm following him. He can also go back into the room with the 3 guys and teleport in there, but as long as I'm following, this will just, they'll just keep running back and forth. Look at the radar. Look at the radar. And he disappears. And he disappears. And now we're back to normal.
Put an enemy sentry in a chokehold, then drag him over to the retinal scanner. Come up behind an enemy without any weapon selected, then press the weapon button to put him in a chokehold.
Oh, is that why they run out? Sometimes because there's a guard already out here and they shouldn't be out here?
Freeze!
No!
Retinol pattern recognized. You are cleared to enter.
Raiden, one of those hostages in there is Ames. The only thing we know is that Ames wears a pacemaker. His heartbeat should sound different from other people's, so use the directional microphone to locate him. Once you recognize Ames by his heartbeat, keep the microphone pointed toward him. Then push the action button and call out to him. If it really is Ames, he should respond in some way.
What if it's the wrong person?
The guards may get suspicious and come running instead. Security could get tighter, too.
Try to be sure before you take the risk.
Don't call out to a hostage with the action button until you're fairly sure that it's Ames. If you do make a mistake, switch the microphone for an AK and get out of there before a guard gets suspicious. If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room. The mission will be over if you're discovered. Don your disguise and look for Ames while deflecting the enemy's suspicion.
Half Cut Dev, thank you very much for the 6 months. Cheers. All right.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Let's take a look around.
You're Ames, aren't you? You're Ames, aren't you?
My name's Jennifer. In the hall on B1 in the Shell 1
You're
core.
Ames, aren't you?
Stay away from me.
You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer.
Stop! Don't touch me.
You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer.
Stay away from me.
I love how you're completely safe under the tables during this sequence. Even if they catch you talking like that, they'll never check under the table.
You're Jennifer. You're Jennifer.
Stop! Don't touch me.
I'm not getting the pervy measurements dialogue. My L3?
35.
There we go.
25. 37. You're Jennifer.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
37. You're Jennifer. 35.
Stop! Don't touch me.
25. 37. And
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Okay, I want to test something here. I want to see if you can... I think the next codec call might only trigger if you call while her legs are open. But I'm not sure.
Raiden, retain your cover at all costs inside that conference hall. There's only one way in and out of the area. If you're discovered inside, they'll cut off your retreat and call in the reinforcements. You won't make it out of the room. The mission will be over if you're discovered. Don your disguise and look for Ames while deflecting the enemy's suspicion.
Yeah, I think you actually have to wait until her legs are open. Let me just try it a couple of times.
Once you have the directional microphone...
Once you have the directional... Yeah, I think so. So now let's just wait. Now let's try it.
Raiden, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You forget yourself.
I can't believe you. What's wrong with you?
I highly disapprove.
I'm just...
What do you mean, I'm just?
Rosemary, you're right. One shouldn't stoop to vulgar levels just because they've set foot on the battlefield. But I can sympathize with you there.
You what?
Nothing.
How twisted. The both of you.
No, the camera is a separate call, Dim. Now we take a picture. I don't think the picture has to be with her legs open. Let's test it. I'm pretty sure I tested this during the last stream as well, but I can't remember what the answer was.
Raiden, it looks like...
Huh, maybe it does. Or maybe it just wasn't close enough. Let's try this one. Yeah, maybe both calls are... require her legs to be open. Let's try this.
The guards are keeping...
Yeah. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Watch. This is going to be perfect. We're going to get the call.
Jack, what the hell are you doing? You are sick, you know?
Rosemary.
Colonel, was I wrong in what I did?
Perhaps. There are certain things that a person can and can't do.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
You understand?
Yes.
Come out of this thing alive, both for yourself and so as not to waste your training.
No need to tell me that, Colonel.
Right. And I recommend you not throw away that picture.
Colonel?
What?
You're not joking.
Huh.
Are you?
Continue your duties. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Best line delivery in the whole game there. Are you? Yeah, look, it's Metal Gear Triangle. There it is. Decarnius, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Moldy Toblerone, thank you for the 64. Cheers. DRK did the calls earlier where Rose gets angry. Usually I wait until this part of the game to do that instead of the bathroom. I think it's, I prefer to do it here.
Don't call me unless you need something.
But she still gets angry here.
What do you want?
I love you.
Goodbye.
You're a real egotistical woman.
What, need to save?
How cute. I love you.
Yes?
I want you. That's so cute, I can't bear it.
That's so cute, I can't bear it. Okay. So now that we're done with Jennifer, we're going to go and terrorize a granny over here. And make her piss herself.
Hmm? Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
So we're going to take out Sensor A here as well. Also, notice how there seems to be something appearing on the sensor. This is Fat Man's, or rather Stillman's sensor. Activates when equipped. Displays Fat Man's scented C4 on radar. So the same thing you use for the bomb disposal sequence. And obviously the
no problems in the hall on B1 in the
it showed up as a yellow marking on the radar for Fat Man's bombs, the scent. So there we have some kind of red tinted scent. But let's see what happens if we talk to this granny here.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Oh my god. So I think here we have confirmation that Fat Man's cologne, Fat Man's scent, his signature, is actually his piss. I think he pisses on the bombs. Or maybe he uses the hostage's piss. Maybe it's this woman's piss.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
We need to turn this into an emote, I think. This needs to be a 7TV emote. Fucking pissing intensifies or something like that. I don't know what you want. Whatever you want to call it. He's gonna blow! Okay, I think she needs a trank. There you go. There you go. Notice how the music has changed slightly now that I've taken off the uniform as well. There's much more going on in the track. It sounds much more open. There's more instrumentation.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1.
Louder strings coming in. The beat is more present. But when you put the uniform on, it quiets down. So just highlighting the fact that you are undercover. And when you take off the uniform, the music highlights the fact that you are out in the open, ready to be spotted. There are a couple of areas in the game like that, where they play around with the music, like the Twilight sniping track. You know how they remove a couple of the tracks when you're underwater, and then when you're, you know, to give the impression of being submerged. Then when you come back up, the beat kicks in, more instruments come in.
What are you up to?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
So now, if we go over here, the lavatory. If you look at the radar, you can see that there is someone behind the door. See the red light? The red dot? The flashing red dot?
Reporting no problems in the hall on
And if
B1
we equip
in the
sensor
Shell
A
1 core.
again, look. That's where the scent is coming from.
Who's there?
Yeah, that's where Johnny is right now. If you remember, once we get to the next scene with Ames, we can listen in and see that Johnny is on the toilet. Yeah, I think that was actually an Easter egg that they added to the Substance release. I don't think that was in Sons of Liberty. I only found out about this like a year ago. Year and a half ago. Found out about this pretty recently. Okay, now we're gonna assault some of the hostages here.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to? What
Nothing.
are you up to?
Reporting no problems in the hall
What's
on
my
B1
favorite
in the
track
Shell
in
1 core.
MGS2? I don't know if I have a favorite track, you know? I like a lot of the music. Twilight Sniping is a classic, of course. Arsenal's Guts is a great one. I really like Fortune's theme. Yell Dead Cell. Stillman's theme. Solidus theme is good, yep.
Raiden, you appear to be enjoying yourself slapping around defenseless hostages.
I can't believe you. I didn't think you were the kind of person to do such a thing.
Good thing you saw him for what he really was, huh, Rosemary?
Yeah, I don't know this person anymore. Goodbye.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
She said that a couple of times now. Okay, now this next part can be a pain.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Oh, is that not even close enough?
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Who's that?
Oh, fuck.
What the hell happened? Raiden!
Vlad, thanks for gifting a sub to Brand. That's 2 years for Brand as well. Thank you. Daddy Big Balls with another 5. Vlad, you are Daddy Big Balls. There's a little error here with this screen. If you look at the Gorlukovich soldiers, you can see how they have their backpacks. You only ever see that model on the tanker. These Gorlukovich soldiers are not in this room. For some reason, they put the tanker models there.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
On B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Man, this part can be a real fucking pain in the ass.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Ooh, that camera angle. God, there's just so many of them. Jesus Christ. It's really hard to find space.
It'd be a huge help if you happen to be Ames.
This guy doesn't even want to look at me. Kind of unique. Usually they squirm or they fumble or they try to tell you something. This guy just looks away. And I think that might be for a specific reason. But we'll get to that in a minute.
I bet you're not Ames either.
Okay, now it's changing. Raiden is starting to get a bit frustrated.
I bet you're not Ames either. I bet you're not Ames either.
Oh my god.
Frankly, I don't care whether you're Ames or not.
What are you up to?
There it is. Unfortunately, the subtitles got overwritten by the other guy. Frankly, I don't care whether you're Ames or not.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Oh, fuck off. Jesus Christ. I think now his dialogue might just reset back to normal. So I'm not even sure if we'll get a chance to get that again.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Yeah, now it's just back to square one. So this guy who turns his head to look away from you when you try and talk to him. Look what happens. With all these other guys, we get to just walk over them, you know, no problem. We can just walk wherever we want, nothing happens.
Problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
But this guy, look what happens.
Who's that?
Freeze!
This guy trips you up.
No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
Completely unfair. That's the game just fucking shitting on your face. How the fuck are you supposed to know that this guy is gonna trip you up? And, you know, the chances of getting a game over because of him tripping you up is really high. You can get away with it. You know, if there's no guard looking in your direction, you can get up. It's not an automatic fail. It depends on the position of the guard. So cheap.
Reporting no problems in the hall on
now,
B1 in the Shell 1 core.
With these guards here, you might think that it's impossible to trank them. Because if you go up and freeze them and test if you can hold them up, this is what happens.
Freeze!
Haven't made your scheduled report. What's going on? Respond. Trouble in Shell 1 core, B1 hall. Check it immediately.
Freeze!
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden! Raiden!
Again, kind of cheap, even if they're not at the point in their pattern where they give their status report. That will just automatically happen. The guy will be like, you're supposed to give me your status report now, and you can't because you're being held up because there's something going on. But that guy wasn't about to give a status report. But you can still put them to sleep as long as you shoot them from a distance.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Who's that?
Oh, fuck off.
Raiden!
Raiden! Okay, let's try this again.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's gonna wake him up. Such a pain to do what you want here on European Extreme. Everyone can see everywhere. So now, see, he's asking for the status report, but it doesn't trigger an automatic game over.
Everything's all right here.
You're sleeping. Get up.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Oh yeah, and because we're on European Extreme, they won't even stay asleep for very long. It's like fucking 40 seconds or something. Wah! He's taking out the binoculars there.
Enemy in the area. Increase security level.
Trouble in Shell 1 core, B1 hall. Check it immediately.
Oh! Okay. I didn't even know that was the way to trigger another game over.
What the hell happened?
Vlad, thank you for gifting a sub to SB. Is there a big difference between Extreme and European Extreme? Yes. Very big. European Extreme is way more punishing. Guards have longer vision. On Extreme, you get rations. On European Extreme, you don't get rations at all. Bosses are more punishing, more one-hit kills, less health. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Freeze!
Okay, I promise we're gonna move on in a second.
Right, what's wrong? Raiden!
What I wanted to do was put everyone asleep in the area, but on European Extreme, it's kind of pointless because, you know, they wake up after fucking 40 seconds.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you up to?
But that's okay. I can still do what I want to do, more or less, with one sleeping guard.
B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Nuke the whales with the 9 months, thank you. Oh, God.
Hey, you! Just wait a minute. What are you... Freeze!
What the fuck, man?
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
I thought he was going to inspect me, but what happened was he got distracted by the sleeping guard in the middle of the animation, and that took precedence over inspecting me. I was standing still, thinking he was going to come up and stop, you know, look at me. But no. Okay, I'm getting sick of this shit.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Okay, now let's see if I can show this. If you put a guard to sleep in the area, it's still gonna be so hard to show this because the fucking guards can see everywhere.
In the hall on B1 in the Shell 1
Quick,
core.
quick, quick. Okay, this guy is gonna hear me. But yeah, if a guard is asleep and you try to approach Ames...
You're Ames, aren't you?
Listen to how loud the snoring becomes all of a sudden. Ames cannot respond to you because the snoring is too loud.
You're Ames, aren't you?
Wait a minute. What are you up to?
And it doesn't matter who's asleep or how far away they are.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
It's so hard to do anything here on European Extreme. There's just too many of them. They can see everywhere. Do they react to books? They probably do. Whether it triggers an automatic failure or not, I don't know.
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1 in the Shell 1 core.
Who's that? Freeze!
Alright, let's continue.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Reporting no problems in the hall on B1.
You're Ames, aren't you? You must be Ames. Keep still and listen to me. I'm not a terrorist. I got in here using one of their uniforms. I'm taking off the tape. Stay quiet.
Who told you about me?
An informer calling himself Mr. X, dressed like a ninja.
I see.
Take this thing off me, will you? I'm Richard Ames.
The Secret Service?
No, I was set in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like you.
What?
You're here to find out where the president is. We have little time, so I'll be brief. How about switching to nanocommunications first?
Nanocommunications?
Right, silence beats talk when it comes to safety. Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The first floor, the core of Shell 2. Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages?
Hmm?
A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about? Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right, and the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president.
Physiological data?
The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure and so on are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. This information, along with the DNA pattern, serve as a biometric password, unbreakable even by the latest parallel processor supercomputers. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. In other words, the login must be made of the president's own free will. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login. If a valid confirmation is not forthcoming, the system will automatically cancel the login.
And that's why they can't harm the president.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait. Here comes Snake.
That's him?
Use the microphone to listen in.
King, Fat Man is dead.
It doesn't matter. Saved us the trouble of getting rid of him ourselves.
Why did he betray us?
Who knows? They're a band of lunatics to begin with. Nothing they do should come as a surprise.
I'll have his background rechecked, just in case.
You think he was working for them?
We can't discount the possibility, especially with that intruder still at large.
Yes. The man in the sneaking suit.
You know more about those suits than I do.
But Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago. So it must be the Patriots. What about the damage to Shell 2?
The circulation system for the contaminated water has been damaged. The water being drawn in is overflowing, and the lower block of the central section is flooding.
Seal the connecting pathway between Shells 1 and 2.
The Simtex and IR sensors are already in place.
Any effect on it?
No.
What about the President?
The password entry has already been made to the black case. In 1 hour, we'll need a confirmation from him. His work is done after that.
Make sure you keep him alive until then.
Yes, I know.
What about the unit's activation?
Almost complete. The code has already been entered. All we need now is for the girl to start the system.
The usual method, I assume?
No. The drugs took care of everything.
Only a few more steps to outer heaven.
Who is that cyborg ninja, Shalashaska?
I cannot even guess.
What about you?
I'm having the matter looked into.
Olga, don't cast suspicion where it isn't due.
Where it isn't due, when you watched my father die and did nothing.
It's been 2 years ago, Olga. Let it go.
I read the case file for Shadow Moses, by the way.
Olga, how could you suspect me?
I know that the ninja is not one of my men.
How meaningful you make that sound. If Sergei were still alive...
If the old man were still alive, I wouldn't need to take orders from you.
Olga, Sergei was my best friend.
If you sell us out, I'll kill you myself.
Listen, daughter of Sergei. Don't ever let me see your gun pointed at me again.
If you wish, I'll put a bullet in your back instead.
Stop this infighting. I took you both in when no one else would. You think any government would have you as irregulars in this political climate? The worst kind of wet works, maybe. But even that's doubtful. I recommend against switching camps. You've nowhere left to go.
To come all the way to New York just to get hit with a bowel attack. What luck. Oh. This one's worse than that one up in Alaska. Come to think of it, that commander chick really reminds me of someone. Who is she like again? Oh. Well, yeah. She's like her. Now that's a time I'd like to forget. Ridiculous that I had to get jacked for everything that was on me. When I think about it, that's when everything started to hit the skids. It's a shame. Up to that point, I was steady cruising on the elite course. Oh, here we go again. Oh. Still, that Russian crew is a pretty decent bunch. The president's escort guys get on my nerves, though. Oh, whatever. For now, just gotta hang in there. Oh. Oh, there's no paper.
It's happening again.
This damn right arm. Liquid! It's almost as if it's having its revenge.
How much do you think we spent on that arm in Lyon? The best transplant surgery team in the world.
I never trust a Frenchman. There's something going on. The incidents are becoming more frequent. Maybe that man's presence.
Ocelot, I leave this place in your hands. I have the intruder to take care of.
Yes, King.
Is that really Solid Snake?
That's what he claims.
I thought Snake was dead.
Solid Snake did die. But he's also here in the shell. Either he survived or there are two of them.
Two of them?
And that's impossible. Anyway, what did you manage to catch?
They said password input was complete.
I thought so.
You said the password entry into the black case had to be made by the president willingly.
That's right.
So this means the president is cooperating with them.
It would have to be, yes.
Why?
Probably tired of being a puppet, but it wasn't a smart move to betray us.
A puppet?
We're running out of time. They will fire a nuke. You know what you need to do before then.
Fire the nuke? But it's nowhere close to the ransom deadline.
Ransom?
$30 billion in cash.
What are you babbling about? The nuclear strike is not a threat. It's been the objective all along.
They plan to slaughter millions of people.
No, a high-altitude detonation. You've heard of the Compton effect?
Total disruption of electronic equipment caused by EMMA pulse.
Textbook answer. Well, when an average nuclear warhead goes off within the atmosphere, the result is an electromagnetic pulse of up to 50 billion megawatts. The EMMA field can reach tens of thousands of volts per meter, and most electronic equipment will be toast in an instant.
If one of the key movers of world economy stops functioning, it could mean the beginning of a global depression.
But that isn't their aim. What they plan to do is liberate Manhattan. Pull it offline and turn it into some kind of a republic. Hence, Sons of Liberty, I suppose.
Sons of Liberty?
Damn! Ocelot is coming. I'm going offline. Search my pocket. Hurry! It's a security card. You'll be able to unlock doors of up to level 3 security. Use it to get to Shell 2. Take care of the President before they launch the nuke. He's coming here. Pick up your AK. He's coming here.
You, where are you going?
Freeze!
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Oops. It's funny, if you use the box here, you can get way further than if you're just normally outside of the box. See, look what happens if I try and run up there outside of the box.
You, where are you
Oh
going?
my god.
Freeze!
Yeah, you can't go anywhere.
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Yeah, that's just the default image for every fail state in this room.
He's coming here. Pick up your AK.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the President was planning to betray them. So they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali Lulelo.
Is that so? What the?
You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot.
You? Which team are you with? Show me your face. You know who he is.
No, he is not one of mine.
Identify yourself. We meet at last. Hold your fire. We need the hostages alive.
Hurry, get away!
But you died!
Leave this to
Colonel, Ames is dead. Looked like a heart attack.
That's unfortunate. However, we do at least know where the president is.
So there really is a new type of Metal Gear in this place?
Apparently. We're still looking into it.
I've also been told that the nuclear strike was what the terrorists were after from the start, not the $30 billion.
Right. It was a cover-up all along.
Colonel, what are you keeping from me?
I am not keeping back anything. It's not as though I'm told all the facts either. I'm pulling in all the favors I can to look into all this. Just be a little patient. Our priority should be with the president right now. We can take it that they've completed the password entry and are preparing Metal Gear for nuclear strike. Get to the president as soon as possible.
But the president is cooperating with them.
According to Ames, yes. But it's also true that they're about to get rid of the president. There's something else going on here, and the president may be able to tell you what it is when you see him in person. Once they get the confirmation for nuclear launch, they'll do it. You need to rescue the president before then.
Jack, I agree with the Colonel. You need to protect the president for now.
All right.
All right. Let's do it. Let's quickly take out this guy. I'll talk about that scene in a second, what was going on. But first, let's get out of here. Although, if you check this out, look at this, the retinal scanner, it's all busted. And you would think it's busted because that's how the ninja got inside. Wearing that outfit, they weren't able to use the retinal scanner properly. Olga leaves the room after having her conversation with Ocelot and Solidus. She gets into her ninja gear, she comes back, but she can't get through the door normally. She has to break through by destroying the retinal scanner, which I think is probably also designed to parallel Gray Fox having to slice through the panel of the door to get into Otacon's lab in MGS1. Just interesting, you know, something very similar happens in MGS1 where the ninja needs to break into a room. So yeah, echoes of Shadow Moses again with that. I'm assuming that's supposed to tie in with that. But yeah, with regards to Ames,
freeze.
To really understand what's going on with Ames in that scene, you have to read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. It sheds a lot more light on what's going on there. Hold on.
Being attacked. I don't know where he is. Titan security.
Understood. Sending reinforcements to the first floor of the show.
Oh, nice.
Secure the front of the elevator.
Not so nice. Not so nice. Damn, lost all my style points at the end. But yeah, in the Darkness of Shadow Moses, we learned that Ames was Nastasha's ex-husband. And Ames was the one who was responsible for getting Nastasha on board with the Shadow Moses project. Remember in MGS1 we learned that Nastasha was working from her home in California. I can't remember if they mentioned that it was the DIA that got her involved with the project. But yeah, anyway, Ames and all his DIA cronies show up to Nastasha's house and set up all the fancy equipment in her house to get her on board with the Shadow Moses incident. And once everything was finished, Ames was supposed to have Nastasha murdered. Ames was under orders to have Nastasha killed after the events of MGS1. But due to his feelings for Nastasha, you kind of get the impression at the start of the book, Ames is willing to do what he needs to do, you know, that that he's gonna kill Nastasha. But by the end of the book, he has a change of heart, and he doesn't go through with it. And that is essentially why he is being set up to be killed here. When Ocelot says that line to Ames, "Sorry, Colonel, you failed to carry out your duties." That's what he's referring to. You failed to kill Nastasha like you were ordered to. And when Ocelot says that, Ames has the realization that Ocelot is not who he's claiming to be. That if Ocelot knows that information, Ocelot must also be under orders from the Patriots, like he is. You know, Ames considers himself to be one of the Patriots. You know, he says it wasn't a smart move to betray us. He considers himself like high up in the ranks. But in his final moments, he realizes that he's being set up for his betrayal, and that Ocelot is also like him, like high up in the hierarchy. I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. You can read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses from the MGS2 main menu. It's in the special section. And some of it is like a recap of the story of MGS1, but a lot of it is new information. It adds certain details to what was going on behind the scenes during the events of MGS1, you know? What all the higher-ups were doing behind the scenes. Focuses a lot on Ames. And yeah, so it's also interesting when considering the calls that we got earlier. Remember when we called to ask for information on Ames? And Rose had nothing. All I got was that one name, Ames. That's all I got from the database. It's kind of strange, you know. It's very unlike all the other calls. She always has some kind of information on the characters you ask about, but with Ames, she has nothing. And I'm assuming that's for a reason, and maybe it's to tie in with this somehow. Later on, Raiden brings up In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, and the Colonel snaps violently. You know, I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me? And the reason the Colonel is so angry about In the Darkness of Shadow Moses ties directly into this whole situation with Ames. That was the only reason that information got out to the public is because Nastasha survived. If Nastasha died like she was supposed to, none of that would have happened. So, yeah, the guardians of information control let something slip through the cracks, and that's why the Colonel gets so angry, right? Because the Colonel is the embodiment of the Patriots, is a part of GW, and yeah, that's why he gets so angry. That information was not supposed to get out. Or at least that's how I interpret it.
Enemy sight.
What the hell have we done? Encounter the enemy. Sequential back.
I'm bleeding. Oh shit!
Move!
Oh god.
Clear!
Right, what's wrong? Right.
I probably could have got out the door at one point there. Hold on. Let me just test something here. I want to see what the clearing sequence is like.
Who's there?
If I hide in the locker.
Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
Oh my god, the amount of them.
Move!
Oh! Yeah, okay. So now they can find you. It's not always an automatic success. When you're in the locker.
Oh God, no! Jack! Jack!
Okay, I want to see what it's like when you hide in the other locker.
Who's there? Enemy sight. Requesting backup.
Oh! What the fuck? Is there no safe? No safe Is there no safe spot here?
Move!
Two guys waiting outside. Oh my god. He did actually look under there.
Clear.
You see, it's just that sometimes they'll alter their behavior here depending on where you hide. Oh, he does look. European extreme damage.
Raiden!
Yeah, it's weird. I should do a playthrough sometime where I, like, try and learn all of the clearing sequences. Like, test all of the clearing sequences and all of the patterns that they have. And I'm just going to do one more thing here, and then we'll continue.
Who's there? Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
See, just because they checked the locker last time doesn't mean they will always check the locker. Maybe they will. I don't know. But, you know, sometimes they'll change depending on your behavior. They're gonna check, aren't they? Yeah. Maybe the...
Encounter the enemy.
Maybe because these are the president's escorts, that these guys are, like, way better. These guys might have different clearing patterns than the regular Gurlukovich soldiers. That would be fucking crazy. Because all we're seeing now are the president's escorts. And earlier on in the game, these guys don't appear. These guys are only here during this part of the game.
Stay back up.
Raiden, there's a locker over there. It's a good place to conceal yourself from enemy patrols. Face the locker and press the action button to open the door. Walk into the open locker and close the door to hide. Push the action button again.
That's exactly it.
You can also knock out and...
No response from Pliskin right now. Okay, let's just continue now.
Jack! Jack!
That's interesting, though. I wonder if they do have different clearing.
Who's that? Ow! Are you okay?
Super Boo, thank you very much for the raid.
Nothing here.
Huh? Oh, the situation is normal. All clear.
I love this track. These drums. Yeah, all I want is the regular PSG one, I think. Actually, let me go back here for a second.
Get out of Shell 1. According to Ames, the President is on the first floor of Shell 2's core. Cross the connecting bridge from the north side of Strut D to get to Shell 2. That's where you need to go. Looks like you've lost your balaclava, Raiden. You'll no longer be able to...
Yeah.
Raiden, rescue the President. Head for the first floor of the Shell 2 core.
Colonel, is the President one of them? Ames said that the President entered the code with his own free will.
But you heard how they are planning to get rid of the President, right?
Yeah?
They are going their separate ways?
No. First off, the President is not necessarily extra baggage for the terrorists. If you have your doubts, you should address them when you meet him.
Roger that. Do you think Ames was telling the truth about the football?
Rosemary?
Roger that. Jack, I'll look into it for you.
Colonel, apparently Ames didn't even know that the hostages were killed in retaliation for SEAL Team 10's incursion.
Yeah, the hostages were probably in a different room. Raiden, focus on your duties. For right now, concentrate on rescuing the President. Head for the first floor of Shell 2's core.
So yeah, there Raiden follows up on the situation with the hostages getting killed.
Colonel, I saw the terrorist leader. Is that Solid Snake?
Yes, he's the terrorist who sunk the tanker 2 years ago. Raiden, do you think he's some kind of hero? You heard him, right? Solid Snake is a terrorist. You must fight him. Do you understand?
Harry Gregson Williams, right? The music guy? No. All of the in-game music you hear is by Norihiko Hibino. The cutscene music is Harry Gregson Williams. It's something that a lot of people don't know. Hibino is a real unsung hero when it comes to the music of these games.
Colonel, the outer heaven that Snake mentioned?
Ah, yes. It is a despotic military state built by a guy called Big Boss, the greatest soldier in history, and Snake's father, genetically speaking.
He tried to restart it?
I don't know. But word has it that his brother Liquid Snake hoped for an outer heaven also. It might have had some special significance for the two brothers.
Just some guy. MGS3 as well, yep. He ghost wrote a lot of music for Harry in MGS4 too. But yeah, Habino wrote Snake Eater. Wrote the ending theme for MGS2. Habino's the GOAT.
That ninja helped me again. Do you have any information on him?
Sorry, I've looked around, but nothing.
I don't know what he wants, but he is trying to help you. That much is certain. Don't let your guard down, though. If you find an item box, walk up to it and take a look in first-person view. You should be able to see what's inside the box.
Most of MGS3 was Harry Gregson Williams. Was it? I guess MGS3 doesn't have nearly as much in-game music. Yeah, there's less in-game music. Hold on a second. Let's call up Rose.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Habino brought a new wave to the OST in the MGS series, but he was not the lead. Ooh. I really don't know. If you're trying to credit Gregson Williams as like the lead composer, I don't think I can agree with that.
Jack, how's the mission going?
Fine.
Fine? Is that it?
Look, I really don't feel like talking about the mission. At least with you. I want to talk about something else.
Okay then. Let's talk about you.
Me?
Yeah, your least favorite subject.
That's not...
Oh yeah? Then go ahead and say something.
Like what?
Anything. Tell me something about yourself.
I can't think of anything interesting to say. Why do you want to talk about me so badly?
Because I'm curious.
But why?
Is it really that strange to want to know more about someone you love?
No, it's not strange, but...
You know, sometimes Oh, look, now we're talking about me, not you. Why won't you tell me anything? About what you were like as a child? What kind of things you like to do? What kind of people your parents were? I've never heard you talk about any of that. Why? Don't you think it's just a little bit unusual that I don't know anything about my own boyfriend's past?
Rose, when I get back, I'll tell you everything.
Is that a promise?
Yes, it's a promise.
But yeah, I think, why do you see Harry Gregson's name front and center? I think it has a lot to do with Harry Gregson being a big name, being the Hollywood composer. I don't really know about like the idea of calling either of them the lead composer. You know, they both contributed a lot of music. I just think Habino is really unsung, given that the majority of people think that Gregson Williams did almost all of the music for both games. Particularly in MGS2, when you're spending the majority of the time playing the game, the majority of the time you'll be listening to Habino's music, you know? I'm not sure if Gregson Williams did any of the in-game music for this. I don't think he did. right? And then you have instances of Gregson Williams having credit for tracks that Habino composed. You know, Habino ghost wrote for Gregson Williams on MGS4. So yeah, I think it's always worth bringing up. You know, he's a real unsung hero. And when it comes to MGS3, I don't think Gregson did all that much more than Habino. Maybe slightly more. But Habino still did a load of fucking music for MGS3. And he composed Snake Eater, man. He composed the main theme for the game. And the main ending credits theme for MGS2. Gregson did more in MGS3 than MGS2. He still didn't do all that much more than Habino for MGS3 though. But yeah, I think he did do a little bit more. And a lot of that I think might be down to MGS3 just needing less music for the in-game. For gameplay, you know? A lot of the music, a lot of the sound in MGS3 is just the ambience of the jungle, you know, the nature. You don't get as much background music. MGS3 used less room ambience. Yeah, MGS2 room ambience was all Habino. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Habino got enough credit though. They plaster Gregson Williams front and center. The majority of the fan base know Gregson Williams, but they don't have a clue who Habino even is. It's a bit of a crime, I think. It's a bit of a sin.
Raiden, can you hear me?
Pliskin, where have you been?
Checking around. I'm in Strut H right now. How's the situation over there?
We have a lead on the President's location.
Where is he?
Shell 2 core, the first floor.
I'm cut off from the core where I am. It's a mess here.
All right, I'm on my way to Shell 2 right now.
There are IR sensors in place on the connecting bridge between Shells 1 and 2. If you break the beams, the Semtex will go off.
Yeah, I heard them talking about that.
Target the control units and destroy them. Make sure you don't shoot the Semtex.
What do the control units look like?
Take a look with your binoculars.
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
Hold on a second. Do I prefer to play it in release order or chronological order? Release order. I think generally that's the way to go with most franchises. You know, even if something... You know, it's usually better to experience something as they were made. Because even if something takes place before another story in a timeline, it still might, you know, it still might be a thematic sequel in some ways, and it'll probably still play off the previous story, even if it takes place before the story. But I mean, it's fine if you play MGS3 in chronological order. That works as well. But yeah, I think release date order is the way to go, especially if you're playing the games for the first time. Like, because it's not just important to consider the story in situations like this. There's also the gameplay, the technology, seeing how the technology develops over time. I feel like it would be more natural to play the series in release date order to see how the tech also evolves over time and how the visuals evolve over time. But yeah, I still think it's cool to play in chronological order. Yeah, because I guess, yeah, the mechanics will evolve from the previous game, even if the story takes place at another time. You know, like MGS3, for example, has all of the stuff that plays off of MGS2, all the Rykov content, all of those little in-jokes and stuff that plays off the fan backlash. And again, it's not like you could still play MGS3 as your first MGS game. You might not pick up on all those little details, but then when you get to MGS2, it'll just be different, you know? Just it'll... You know, like let's say MGS3 is your first game and you get all those references to the Patriots and stuff, it'll... You know, it won't mean the same to you as if you've played 2. If you've played 2 before. But then if you play 2 afterwards and you see all this stuff about the Patriots, it's like, oh hey, it's like that line in MGS3. So it could still work well, but just in a different way. I don't know. I guess some of that stuff in MGS3 might just feel a bit random if you haven't played 2 before. Bad Humans, what are you talking about here? I just did a quick count. Hibino has over 20 credited tracks and Harry has 15 on MGS3. Oh, so Hibino does actually have more than Harry in MGS3. Okay. Well, looks like you can suck a dick, Tasmorian. Wrong again. Classic Tasmorian. Right, let's see if we can get this Easter egg with the seagulls. I think Tasmorian may have just been fucking around anyway. Oh my god, what is wrong with these controls? No, stop doing that. Look at the amount of feathers. Fucking classic Bad Humans. Of course Bad Humans went to look up the credits. Legendary stuff, Bad Humans. Right, look at this seagull coming right at me. If you shoot a seagull 20 times, this can happen. But it's random. And it also changes depending on the area that you're in. During one playthrough, I performed a lot of science, where we went to all of the different locations where there's where you find seagulls, and this was the best area for getting them to attack you. At the top of Strut A, man, it's terrible. You know, there are a lot of seagulls at the top of Strut A, but you get really bad luck up there. Most of the time, they won't attack you. But here, you get pretty good luck. Let's just reset the area, because there's a couple of other things you can do here.
Raiden, you haven't destroyed all the control units yet. Use the first-person view or the sniper scope to look around.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
Just gonna wait a sec here. Okay. Okay, he's coming. So, now, watch this. Right before he's about to attack me. See, he's coming in. He's about to get me. We are going to go and equip this box. Cardboard box to transport game software. The eye design is eye-catching. Equipped to wear. Get the fuck away from me. Don't even think about it. Anyone else? Sometimes you'll get a group of them that attack you. You can get 2 or 3 in a row. I think Bad Human said his record was getting 4 of them to attack you. Is that did you get 4 of them to attack you, Bad Humans? I think I got 3 once. But yeah, if you equip any other box, they will still come to attack you. The Zone of the Enders box is special. The Zone of the Enders box wards them off because they're afraid of the eye. When they see the eye, they see a predator coming for them. Their defensive instincts kick in. Really crazy detail.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
Yeah, it's the only box that's like that. How would anyone find that? I don't know how. You're supposed to... Even shooting a single seagull for... Shooting a single seagull 20 times is crazy. We only found out about this like a year ago. Oh shit, I forgot something. Okay. Fuck, I don't know if they're gonna come or not. Yes! Fuck you! 2! Come on. Anyone else? Come at me. The second one clipped through the stairs, I think. We're getting really good luck here.
Raiden, is something wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Have you not been watching this, Vlad? Yeah, if you shoot them 20 times, they attack you. But if you wear the Zone of the Enders cardboard box, they will get scared and fly away. And they won't attack. Because they're afraid of the eye. It's like, which I think has its roots in reality. You know, like, their defensive instincts kick in and they think they're in danger. You know, like the eye of a predator is about to grab them. But yeah, you can also kill them with claymores and shit. I'll show you my favorite strat for getting rid of them, though. Probably going to get bad RNG this time. Sometimes you just can't trigger it. I remember in my family's house, we used to have those stickers on our windows to ward off birds, you know, to stop birds from smacking into the windows. You know, we had an issue with birds killing themselves by flying into the windows. So we put up various stickers of other birds, which helped. We didn't have any eye strats, but we did have stickers of other large birds to scare them off. Damn, I don't think we're getting lucky this time. And I think once it fails once, I don't think you can do it again. Like if I shoot another bird 20 times, I don't think that'll do anything. Let's just test it. I'm pretty sure we... Bad Humans, do you know if this is a thing? I think once you fail it once, you have to reload. I remember not having much luck. Trying to do it twice. Okay, I think we'll just continue. I don't think it's worth it.
Raiden, come in. Raiden! Raiden!
We did all the good stuff. Although... Okay, I'm going to try it one more time. This isn't anything special. I just wanted to do it for the hell of it. We did all the special stuff. Okay, if it fails this time, we're just going to continue. Come on, come at me. Aha, they're not cooperating. Fuck. I just wanted to spray him in the face with coolant. That's another way to get them away from you. They do actually react to coolant. Another thing that can happen here if you get really unlucky, the birds can also trigger the Semtex and blow up the whole fucking bridge. It'll never happen normally if you just leave them alone. Like, they'll never cross the the lasers. But when they're flying in to attack you, sometimes they can trip the sensor. You can also shoot one and have them land on the sensor, and that'll also trigger it. I think that happened to us before. Okay.
Raiden, come in. Raiden! Raiden!
That's the Semtex. And that must be the control unit.
Just found out yesterday the Semtex is actually a Czech explosive. Got a bad rep for being bought by terrorists. Unfortunately, I don't have a second controller right now, but if I had a second PS3 controller, there's a little Easter egg here. You can control the flag here with a second controller. You can move it out of the way so you can see the thing clearly. Solidus's flag marking his territory, his symbol of rebellion here. All right.
Raiden, you didn't get all the control units. You weren't thorough enough. Take a good look at the airborne cipher. You can see the control unit for the IR sensor. The control unit is right above Cypher's camera. Avoid shooting the camera at all costs. Looks like if a Cypher is shot down, the resulting signal will trigger an explosion. The whole bridge would blow. Target only the control unit.
All right.
Yeah, the only reason we're getting that call is because I've died here so many times. I think that's why.
Raiden, I found us a ride.
I'm all ears.
One of the enemy's Kasatkas.
Is it in good shape?
Full tank. I'm heading for Shell 1 now. What about that Harrier?
It's not on the heliport here.
Good. I'll set this one down there then.
Can you cover the hostages? They're being held on level B1 in the core. Pliskin, you didn't happen to find any other places where hostages were being held, did you?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
How many hostages are there?
There's a few short of 30. One dead and several wounded.
The Kasatka's cargo area will hold 13 max.
What about the other Kasaka?
I sabotaged it. It can't come after us if it can't get off the ground. We'll have to make 2 trips.
Can you fly a Kasatka?
I have a pilot who's flown the civilian model, the KA-62 in VR. There's not a whole lot of difference between the military KA-60 and the civilian model.
Cleared for takeoff.
Raiden, let me introduce you to my partner, Otacon.
Otacon?
Hey, Raiden. Nice to meet you.
Intruders!
Over here!
Damn! Raiden, I'll talk to you later.
Colonel, I need some answers from you. Who exactly is Pliskin and his partner?
I know what you're thinking.
It keeps coming back to Shadow Moses. And now this Otacon.
AKA Hal Emmerich, PhD, a Shadow Moses survivor.
Rose?
Snake and Otacon both became fugitives after Shadow Moses, wanted for acts of terrorism.
An anti-Metal Gear organization.
They sabotaged and destroyed countless Metal Gear units throughout the world.
And were responsible for the incident 2 years ago that necessitated the construction of the Big Shell.
Snake and his partner aren't terrorists.
Jack, why are you defending them?
I look back on what I've done here so far, and things like training and sense of duty alone won't get you through a sneaking mission like this.
Jack, are you okay?
You need something higher. I can't think of the right word, but it has to be pure will, backed up by courage, or ideals, or something like that. I'd stake my life on it. The solid Snake that saved Shadow Moses couldn't turn into a terrorist.
Maybe that's true, but they went down with that tanker 2 years ago. We even recovered Snake's body.
And the DNA test results on the body say it's him.
Jack, I know what you're saying, but Snake is dead. He can't be here, not even as this Dr. Hal Emmerich.
But that also means that he can't be the terrorist leader behind this thing.
I've been waiting for you. A messenger from the Patriots. Where do I know him from?
So you're the boss around here?
No, not just around here. I'm the boss to surpass Big Boss himself. Solid Snake. No, that is not Solid Snake. Pleasant surprise, brother.
Save it. You brother of mine.
Don't say you've forgotten me, Snake.
Snake?
Right, take cover. Impersonating him. Brother, I'm a whole different game from Liquid. The best you can do, Snake. Did I get it? It's the Harrier. The world needs only one big
drown you fools for interfering!
Right. This is the Stinger missile launcher. The Kasaka can't stand up to the Harrier. You have to shoot the Harrier down.
Snake, we got company.
I'm counting on you.
Suck on my fat hairy balls. All right, let's do it. Grab the Stinger. 1. Oh, I fucked up big time. Okay, at least we got 2 shots. Could be worse. Nice. Oh, second one didn't land. Oh! Yeah. Oh, I fucked up there. You can get him to destroy the bridge there if you deal enough damage. Wow, I haven't seen that attack in a long time. Here we go.
You're tougher than I thought!
I'll let you go out in style.
I'll let you go out in style!
Wow.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden!
That's the first time I've seen that in a long time. But he can kill you hiding there. It's just very rare. I think it might have something to do with shooting him before he goes into that phase. But yeah, it's not a completely consistent strat. I should have shot again. Oh man, I'm fucking this up.
Tougher than I thought! I'll let you go out in style!
What?
Oh God, no! Jack! Jack!
Patched? Maybe I wasn't in the corner there. I was kind of late getting into the corner. Oh my God, man. Completely submerges. Nice. Big damage.
You're tougher than I thought. I'll let you go out in style.
Oh my God. Yeah, sometimes that'll happen.
Try dodging this.
Please, God.
What the? No!
Nice.
I'll shred you to pieces! Is that the best you can do? I'll let you go out in style! What the? Take this!
Look how they stare at you here. They always look at you. It's actually possible to chip away at them with normal weapons as well. Oh, Otacon! Oh my God.
Is that the best you can do?
let you go out in style!
There's something coming up.
That's Metal Gear! It's already active!
They got my eye! Fab! Go! Ha! What's that?
It's running on water. Raiden, you all right?
Yeah. How about you guys?
Barely managed, but we're all right.
The chopper?
We need some time for repairs.
Oh.
The president's all yours.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
What?
Are you the Snake? They said you were dead.
No, not me. There are still too many things I need to do.
Snake, you're a legend, and that's why I need to ask you this.
Legend? A legend is nothing but fiction. Someone tells it, someone else remembers. Everybody passes it on.
I'm here because I was assigned to this mission, not because I want to. If I could, I'd be out of here in a second. How could you come back to all this? Why keep fighting?
There's something my best friend said to me once.
What?
We're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at, but at least I always fought for what I believed in.
What about the DNA results from that body?
That was Liquid's body. He and Snake are identical on the genetic level.
Liquid?
A deception, for our own protection. We stole his frozen body from some organization. Kind of a hassle, though.
That's all there is to it.
Are you two really an NGO?
Insofar as we're a non-profit organization of civilians advocating a cause, yes. The cause happens to be the eradication of Metal Gear.
We work on our own, but it's a cause worth fighting for.
Why would you stick your neck out for something this risky?
That's the way I used to look at it, 4 years ago. I was holed up in the middle of nowhere in Alaska, drinking too much.
We have a responsibility to the coming generations, to the world.
What responsibility?
To keep track of the mistakes we've made as a species.
We need to remember, to spread the word, to fight for change. And that's what keeps me alive.
You think you can change the future?
Nah, I'm not as arrogant as that.
What you do isn't grassroots activism. It's more like terrorism.
I admit that.
But our group, Philanthropy, received some information. A new Metal Gear prototype was being developed here, and terrorists were planning to raid the facility. The information came from a very reliable source.
So you're here to...
We're here to stop all that. But I also have a personal motive.
Looks like the terrorists have his sister in the big shell. We're here on our own, not under anyone's orders. We have our own battles. Otacon's here for someone. I'm not.
This is a military mission.
Jack, are you all right?
Just barely.
You almost gave me a heart attack.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional.
I know that, and I know I need to stay stronger.
Say a prayer for me, Rose, so I can come back.
You will make it back. I'm with you all the way, remember?
That means a lot to me, you know.
I'm going to save the data, okay, Jack?
Colonel, Metal Gear's already gone active.
It's not too late. You can still prevent a nuclear strike by securing the President and preventing password confirmation from taking place. Get to the President. He's in the core section of Shell 2.
I'm checking the satellite images. Looks like you can get to the core from the other side of Strut L.
The core hasn't gone under yet from what we can tell. Follow the railings down, then jump onto the pipes.
The only viable strut in the outer perimeter is the L. That attack just now doesn't make any sense. It's like they have no more use for this place.
Colonel, you were monitoring the codec calls. That man was the real Snake all along.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Don't let your guard down with him.
Why do you say that?
Because they were never a part of the simulation. They're an unknown factor.
You can take your simulation and... We're out here, we bleed, we die.
Calm down.
I suggest that you do, Raiden. Even if that is Snake. That has no bearing on your mission.
Colonel, you and Snake used to be on the same side. I don't understand. I read about you and Snake in the Darkness of Shadow Moses.
I don't give a damn what that piece of trash said. Do you get me?
All right, there we go. There's the line we were talking about. Hold on a second. If you look up In the Darkness of Shadow Moses on Goodreads, you can see that the Colonel has a review up there. And that's the review. I don't give a damn what this piece of trash says. I think it used to be the only review for the book on the website. I think there are a couple of other more serious reviews on there now, unfortunately. It used to be great. You look up the book and it's just this one comment. The Colonel AI, I don't give a damn what this piece of trash says. Hold on a second. I think I have a couple more people to thank here. Vlad, thank you for gifting a sub to Not CIA for 8 months. Daddy Big Balls, as well with the $5, who is definitely not Vlad. Thank you, Daddy Big Balls. Waroth, did I thank you for your 10 months a bit ago? And Ace Glade with your 4 months. Cheers, guys. All right, so more layers of the onion get peeled off. Raiden learns the truth about Snake and Otacon, or some of the truth. Hold on, I gotta take this call. Use the coolant spray to put out fire. Aren't there some interesting differences between the phone in the Japanese version and the English version? The phone is quite an unusual little feature in this. It's almost weird that they don't do more with it. You know, it'd be cool if, like, if you got like reactions to performing some silly shit in the game. You know, like Olga texts you every now and then to scold you for misbehaving. But yeah, it's kind of an unusual little feature, you know? Why not have Mr. X just call you on the codec to tell you this? Wonder if they had other plans for this. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to go down the stairs on European Extreme. On lower difficulties, they put a ration down there. And you just have enough time to get it and go back up if you're fast enough. I mean, well, hold on. I think it is possible to get back up on European Extreme as well. Let me just test it. Oof! Just about.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
That was on purpose. For those of you that don't know, you don't have to go over on the pipe. You can also flip across here with a very precise flip. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, you gotta be careful. Lots of bird shit. Oh yeah, Bad Humans. Platonic guy. I didn't realize you were such a legend. Platonic guy in the chat apparently fought the Harrier for 2 hours and killed it on European Extreme with a SOCOM only. Remember how I was saying during the Harrier fight that you can chip him down with regular weapons, that you don't have to use the Stinger? Well, yeah. It looks like it's possible to fucking take him down with a SOCOM if you want to spend 2 hours of your time. You also found the glitch at the end of MGS1 where you control the... Well, maybe you shouldn't call it a glitch, but when you can the ability to control the guards during the chase at the end of MGS1, that was also discovered by Platonic guy, apparently. With the help of someone else. And here we get a suppressor for the AK. And once we cross this point, there's no going back. You can't put out that fire. We say goodbye to Shell 1.
This is not a pretty sight.
Hurry up and check the situation.
Damn, look at that army. One cool thing now that you can do as well with the BDU is that it still has power outside of the Shell 1 core. It's not immediately obvious. You know, you think once you lose the balaclava that it's useless because you can't pass as the enemy anymore, and even still you could only pass as the enemy inside the Shell 1 core. But no. The camo still has a camouflage effect outside of the Shell 1 core. The enemy's vision is not as good when you're wearing this camo. It's kind of like the MGS3 effect. Again, it doesn't have that much use. But yeah, it can be useful. It's really good for this area if you care about speeding through. You can avoid those guards completely. If you're wearing this uniform, you can just quickly sprint past and they won't see you if you're wearing this. So it does have its uses. Big Boss with the 10 months. Thank you very much. They better keep the scene in the MGS remake where Volgin grabs Big Boss Lil BBs to figure out he's actually not Rykov. I'm very curious to see what they do with Rykov in general. I was talking about this before. Because Rykov is such a meta character, you know, you're not supposed to take him seriously as like a real part of the lore. Like, you're not supposed to be wondering, is this guy fucking Raiden's grandfather, you know? He's a joke character, completely born out of the fan backlash to MGS2. So I'm really curious, just regarding all that content in general. You know, characters getting annoyed by Rykov as a stand-in for the fan base. You know how Zero hates Rykov? You know, when you wear the mask, he's like, oh, you're starting to irritate me already. If you try and approach Sokolov while wearing the Rykov mask, he's like, get away from me, I don't want to see you. There's, you know, there are all these little inside jokes playing off the previous game. But the MGS3 remake isn't following up any form of MGS2. And MGS2 has received, you know, it's been quite a reversal in terms of how the fan base has treated it. It's quite a beloved game now. So I'm wondering, I feel like it would make sense if they altered Rykov's character to you know, due to how the context has changed, right? Because he was a character completely shaped by events that happened outside of the story of the games. You know, he's a character that's completely playing off the fan base. So I think it would be funny if they created a new version of Rykov that everyone now suddenly loved. They could maybe even turn him into Rising Rykov. Have him sprinting around Groznygrad at full speed in some kind of weird cyborg outfit. Maybe that would be a bit too far. But you know, maybe now, out of nowhere, Zero just loves Rykov, and he demands that you don't harm him. You know, because in Groznygrad you can decide whether to kill or to trank Rykov. Like, it doesn't matter, you can kill him and that's fine, but you don't have to. But maybe now Zero could demand that you don't kill him, because he loves him so much. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they change, I guess, if anything. Wait, hold on. I don't really have many thoughts on the remake. I like, there's no part of me that really desires remakes for these games. I'm fine with them as they are. I guess I'm a little bit cynical about it just because it seems to be a trend that Konami are just kind of hopping on. It feels like a very safe thing for them to do after Kojima's departure. So yeah, there's a part of me that's kind of cynical about that, I would say, just that it's just given the trend of it all. Fucking Konami coming in late, trying to cash in. But who knows, you know, maybe there's some really good people working on it and maybe it'll be interesting. I really need to see more. You know, there are some remakes that I like, but I think generally remakes fail to live up to the original. I guess I'm skeptical about Konami really giving the game the resources that it deserves, or the team the resources that they deserve. Will it live up to all that incredible detail that's in the original game? But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Was there a noise just now?
There it is.
Was there a noise just now?
Damn, I thought there was a way to get him to headbang, like, constantly.
Was there a noise just now?
Alright, that's enough. Yeah, it'll be good for the community, at least. Speaking as a businessman, oh yeah, I'm very happy that Metal Gear is returning. It'll be good for the stream. It'll be another game that we can play. Speaking purely as a fan, though, yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's really hard for me to have any kind of interesting opinion on it, I think. I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know.
The enemy has already entered the nuclear launch code. Secure the President before they can confirm and finalize the code input. The President is on the first floor of Shell 2's core.
I hope some of the old Kojima Productions guys are working on it. I hope Coricado is, if Coricado is in charge of it, that would be great. That would inspire some confidence. But remember, Konami have given Silent Hill 2 to fucking Bloober. One of the most revered games of all time, and they've given it to Bloober. And look how they've treated Silent Hill over the years. You know, once the original team disbanded, they, I think they were pretty careless with the series, just outsourcing it to all sorts of developers, and yeah. There's plenty of reason to be skeptical, but you know, MGS is a much bigger brand than Silent Hill. Silent Hill never really sold that much. It was always pretty niche. It has an extremely passionate and vocal fan base, but it's still like a really big cult following. In terms of sales, they, you know, those Silent Hill games didn't really do too well. They often fail to meet expectations, and yeah, the sales just got worse and worse dramatically from the first game onwards. Like even Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 is a big deal in the West. In Japan, it's not. It doesn't have the reputation that it has in the West. And then I think Silent Hill 3 sold Like way less than 2. But MGS, yeah, MGS is way bigger, so I think they'll probably care. They'll probably be a bit more mindful when it comes to MGS, at the very least. Yeah, hopefully.
What? I'm going to go in my pants. Nobody's looking, right?
Right, my sympathies. Sneaking missions are called wet works for a reason after all.
Don't worry about it, Jack. It's okay.
Rose?
That is, as long as you take a shower the second you get back. Do we have a deal?
Konami stayed away from KCET for SH1 and 2. They even pumped money into SH2's marketing. But when SH2 disappointed fans, they started meddling with the series. Yeah, I always figured that Silent Hill 3 was like, might have been like partially corporately driven, you know, the direction that they went with that. Tried to recapture Silent Hill 1. You know, Silent Hill 2 was its own separate standalone thing. It didn't do as well as Silent Hill 1. Like, it's crazy to say this now, you know, Silent Hill 2 is so revered. But yeah, that's probably why Silent Hill 3 was the way it was. You know, let's go back to Silent Hill 1. Let's make a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. Not that there wasn't a lot of great stuff in Silent Hill 3. You know, Silent Hill 3 is still a great game. Silent Hill 2 was a cult hit. Yeah, I think it's just one of those games that just got a better and better reputation over the years, too. Although, I don't remember the game getting a particularly negative reaction when it came out, but I think a lot of people just found it to be a bit underwhelming. I guess like it's so much more subdued compared to Silent Hill 1. It is quite a different feel. Hey, what's up, Tsar?
Olga, Snake, he's here. In Shell 1.
My father had some unfinished business with him.
Olga, calm yourself. We will not change the plan because of your personal feelings.
Then screw your plan. I've been waiting for this day for 2 years, and I will send him to the bottom of the ocean, right next to my old man.
The launch comes first.
Damn it. Where's Ocelot?
Not here.
I don't trust him.
Don't talk that way about one of your own.
He's not one of my own. He left my father to die, remember?
Olga, we'll talk later. We need to get started on the final checks for the unit.
All right. I'm headed back there.
The upper connecting bridge to Shell 1 is down.
What about the chopper?
The cam-off is out of action. Take the oil fence from Strut Elm.
I'll tell my men to start pulling out.
Not yet. Their retrieval comes last. The intruder's still at large.
Snake.
What about the other man?
He's got luck on his side, certainly.
He survived that explosion. Listen, Olga, the code confirmation is in 1 hour. Keep the president alive until then.
I know. No one gets in here. Turn the currents on.
Of course. High voltage currents on.
The door stays shut unless the president manages to take out that circuit panel from inside the room. And it's no job for bare hands.
All right. Come back immediately.
One more thing.
What?
We leave for Russia when this business is done. I want half the money for that.
Of course. That was part of the agreement.
We start living for ourselves after this. If there's anyone who wants to stay here, I want you to take good care of them.
Gladly. Gerlukovich soldiers are the cream of the crop.
It's time they went free.
What happened to rebuilding Mother Russia?
The old man is dead. The world is a different place now.
It's your life.
Just as a reminder, I'm going to say this again, one last time. Don't try anything on us.
The feeling is mutual.
I'm in front of the room where they're keeping the president.
Everything all right?
No sign of flooding, but I can't get close to the door. The floor is electrified.
Don't test it. You'll be bacon.
Any suggestions?
Remember the Shadow Moses VR training.
Take out the circuit panel?
Right.
But there's no way into the room.
Try ventilation ducts.
Yeah, I think I see one.
Look for a remote control missile launcher. You can guide it through the duct into the room.
Then target the circuit panel. Got it.
Right, but make sure you don't hit the president.
The president is wired with nanomachines. If we know the frequency, I can raise him.
We've tried that repeatedly, but there's no response. It looks like the walls have a built-in radio shield.
So that's why Ames lost contact with him.
If you need to confirm his position, you can log into the node.
Understood.
Locate a remote control missile launcher first.
All right, let's make some bacon. Let's make some bacon, and my favorite kind of bacon, box bacon. What's this?
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
The hair standing up is the best. One more. It's that one close-up where you can see through the crack in the box. That shot of his face.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
I really want to see how they recorded that. Did they just take some of his other grunting sounds and, like, mash them together? Or was that like, do you think that was one... Were those sounds recorded specifically for the electrocution? Ow! I'm gonna have to get the Nikita first. NM01. Nikita Missile 01. So this place was designed for Nikita missiles. This offshore contamination facility. Okay, very curious. Almost like something out of VR Missions. Let's do a few calls here.
Snake, do you know where I can find some remote-controlled missiles?
Remote-controlled missiles? I saw something on B1 in the core of Shell 2. But be careful. Contaminated seawater's broken out of the tanks thanks to that explosion. Most of B1 is probably flooded by now.
Have you ever heard of Outer Heaven?
Outer Heaven?
Yeah. Know anything?
No. What about it?
The terrorist leader mentioned it. Something about being close to reviving Outer Heaven.
Is that right?
Well, do you know anything?
No. But whatever their goal is, they're probably up to no good. We've got to stop them.
Yeah, right.
You know, I thought I heard of AIM somewhere before. DIA would mean we're talking about Nastasha's ex-husband.
Nastasha? Nastasha Romanenko? Isn't she the one who wrote In the Darkness of Shadow Moses?
Yeah, she helped me out during the Shadow Moses incident. She was also actively involved in the philanthropy organization following the incident.
Where is she now?
Your guess is as good as mine, but she's probably still a heavy smoker.
There we go. Anything else, Snake?
So Iroquois Pliskin was an alias?
Of course.
And the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade?
Made it up.
That's just great. Anyway, I get the Pliskin part, but what about Iroquois?
Iroquois is a Frankified version of the Algonquin word for rattlesnakes. It's what they called their enemies.
Algonquin?
The Algonquin Nation, one of the many groups of Native Americans who used to call Manhattan Island their home. The majority of tribes, in what's now the state of New York, were a part of the Algonquin Nation.
So this was a stronghold of snakes.
By the way, Manhattan means Island of Hills in Algonquin.
Good to know. I get the Pliskin part. So, seems like Raiden is a bit of a movie fan. Based off the previous conversation with Rose. And how many times he wants to watch King Kong in a single night. Several times, apparently. I remember a few streams ago, someone offered up the idea that the reason he wanted to watch King Kong so many times tied into the call later on with Rose, where we find out that he's afraid of the night. I actually thought that was a pretty interesting idea. I'd never thought of it before. I'm afraid of the night. That's why I won't sleep next to you. So maybe that's why. They were gonna wrap it up and go to bed, but Raiden was like, no, one more, please, one more. Trying to hide the fact that it was due to his fear of the night. I always thought that they watched it several times because they got distracted by having sex. So they just let King Kong just play on repeat for the whole night. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if it's the same in Japanese. Maybe it's an awkward translation. Maybe they watched a bunch of other movies. It could have been all versions of King Kong. I like that idea. I like that idea.
The only way to the president is past this electrified floor. Use the remote-controlled missile to destroy the power source.
But yeah, you know, he doesn't want to sleep next to Rose. He's afraid of the night. I think that could be why. But probably not. But I like that idea.
Raiden, Rosemary has completed her search.
Jack, I found data on the briefcase used to unlock the nuclear launch codes. It appears to be a fail-safe system using the President's DNA base order and input of his physiological data as its key. The lock is said to be impenetrable.
In other words, the President himself is the only one who can enter the password.
Right. On top of that, as Ames mentioned before, the password becomes invalid when the President's brainwaves, heartbeat, etc. are not within normal limits.
So the President entered that code by his own free will after all. But why would the US President lend a hand to terrorists?
How should I don't have information like that.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't.
Also, it seems that the need to reconfirm the code after a set amount of time is true.
Meaning that the President is safe, right? How about the story of the Black Case also serving as the launch key to a new model of Metal Gear?
That wasn't in the records.
Stories of a new Metal Gear model aside, it is certain that they have finished inputting the code and are trying to launch the nuclear warhead. Meet with the President and ascertain the truth. Hurry. You must meet with him while he's still alive.
I'm so glad we're all working as a team to figure out what's really going on here. So glad you have my back, Colonel. You too, Rose. We'll get to the bottom of this, guys. Thanks for the info. I'm afraid to sleep next to my boyfriend sometimes because he'll yell out things in his sleep sometimes and it makes me jump. Do you go and watch King Kong by yourself when he does that? Until he quiets down? Alright, let's go get the Nikita. On the B1 floor. Just like MGS1. Another little parallel that you just might not think about. How we're also in the second building as well. The second main area. You know, first you gain access to the facility and you're in the tank hangar. Then you cross through the snowfield to the nuclear warhead storage facility. And in B1, that's where you get your Nikita. Although you use it in B2, there is no B2 here.
Colonel, B1 is completely flooded from what I can see.
You'll have to swim through.
I'm fine with swimming.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick.
Change your heading
Up will
with
take
the
you
left
up,
stick.
Down takes you lower. Left and right to face those directions. The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Daddy Big Balls 2020, thank you for the $5 again. And Blad, thank you for gifting the sub to Sar. The underwater section in the HD collection is way brighter than it is in the original game. From what I remember, anyway. Remember it being really dark, especially playing it as a kid on a CRT. Because yeah, you even get night vision goggles here. But look, when you use the night vision goggles in this version, check this out. Yeah. The goggles are actually useful in the original.
You have the remote-controlled missile. Good job. Now head for the first floor of the Shell 2 core. Take out the power source and make contact with the President before the launch code can be reconfirmed. Hurry.
Some of the controls here are interesting. You might not know about them, but if you use the right analog stick, you get that fancy 180 spin. Of course, we have Vulcan Raven here again as well, the same toy from the tanker. Can't shoot him though, unfortunately. Ooh, that was close. You know, it's been a while since I've went to some of the other locations here. Let me just go down here for the hell of it. Can't remember the last time I went down here. Nothing here. Wait, hold on. Maybe there's an item up here. No. Did Fat Man plant those mines? I don't know who planted those mines. You know, I wonder is there a call about the mines if you look at them? I think originally they had plans to put sharks and shit here for this section. Wasn't that going to tie into... Yeah, like if you let mines hit you and there was blood in the water, sharks could come because they could smell the blood or something like that. I think maybe some of that stuff was going to tie in with the Chinaman fight, where you fight Vamp now. Originally you were going to fight Chinaman, where you fight Vamp. And Chinaman was going to have those crazy swimming powers, but Vamp inherited those powers when they cut Chinaman. Yeah, there was originally going to be two other members of Dead Cell, Chinaman and Old Boy. Old Boy was going to be Big Boss's mentor. Big Boss's mentor was originally a character idea that they had for MGS2, and then they later repurposed it for MGS3 with the boss. But yeah, originally you were going to fight and kill Big Boss's mentor in this game, and originally it was going to be a man called Old Boy. I'm not sure if we know... I think we have some other information on Old Boy and like what and you know, what powers he had. I can't remember exactly though. But yeah, Chinaman was originally going to be the character that flew the Harrier and did all the crazy stuff that Vamp does in the second half of this game. But when they cut the character, Vamp then inherited all that stuff. Chinaman wasn't going to be Chinese. He was Vietnamese, but he lived in Chinatown. He was a former Nazi that taught Big Boss. Yes, I remember that now. That would have been crazy, man. Imagine fighting Big Boss's mentor in MGS2. No, he wasn't. That's a different character, Storm. Old Boy is the Nazi. Chinaman is the Vietnamese guy. That's interesting to consider, you know, because the original Outer Heaven logo had that swastika, right? Although it wasn't the same. It wasn't the Nazi swastika. But still, interesting. You can look up some concept art. Yeah. If you Google it, I'm sure you'll find it pretty easily. If we listen in to Johnson now with the microphone, he actually has a couple of lines that can be really awkward trying to get them though. And they're not all that interesting either. I think he kind of alludes to Ocelot or possibly Olga with one of them. Kind of curses someone. Say something, man.
That bastard.
There we go. Who's he talking about? Guess he could be talking about several people. Solidus? Ocelot? Weird. Okay, once we get one more line of dialogue, I'll be happy. You fucking asshole. Say something.
What the hell am I doing here?
There we go. Damn, okay, I actually want to listen for a bit longer. I'm intrigued. I'm not sure if I've heard everything he's had to say. Usually I get really impatient doing this section for obvious reasons when I try to listen in on Johnson. Let's just go through the loop one more time.
What the hell am I doing here?
Okay, same dialogue. Let's wait for him to walk back one more time, and if he doesn't have anything new, we'll continue. What a fucking asshole, man. The amount of time you have to put in to get this dialogue. And he gives you nothing. Say something a bit more interesting, Johnson. Fucking worst Easter egg in the whole game, this bullshit. Just, he should be ashamed of himself. Terrible. Okay, let's
What was that?
let's lure him over here. I agree. I mean, it is, right? That has to be the worst Easter egg. If it wasn't such a time sink, it wouldn't be so bad. But the amount of time you have to put in.
What was that?
What the hell happened? Raiden! Raiden!
Now that's much better. It's a shame on these higher difficulties you can't do as much with Johnson here. On the lower difficulties, you can get him to like jump over your Nikita missiles when you're in the room with him. You know, when you're controlling the Nikita inside the room. But because European Extreme has to be difficult, they don't give you any crutch like that. But I think if you play on very easy, it might even be impossible to hit him with the missile. Doesn't he do like crazy backflips and shit over the missile? But yeah, like he'll lift his leg up and let the missile go under his leg and shit like that. Maybe the backflipping stuff is only a VR thing. But maybe he also does it on some of the lower difficulties. Hey, what's up, JMP? Hog Nation with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. And S to the B, thank you. Here's the Nikita Missile 01 duct. We should be able to get a call with the Colonel here.
Raiden, that duct leads into the room where the president is being held. Guide the remote-controlled missile through that duct into the room and take out that power source.
I feel like I know this terrain. Wasn't it in the VR training?
Nikita weapon mode, level 4. Do you recognize it?
Oh, so that was another rehearsal for this mission.
No, a simulation. Not the same thing as a rehearsal. Leverage the experience from your VR training, Raiden. A perfectly real VR experience is in itself an accomplished result. Have confidence in your abilities.
A perfectly real VR experience is in itself an accomplished result. A perfectly real VR experience. Alright, let's send it through the duct. JMP, did I say hello? How's it going? Oh, God.
What are you
Wow! Jesus Christ, Johnson. If I destroy it now, it'll kill him. But I don't have enough time to wait for him to hide. So I have to send in another one. They make this maze more complicated on higher difficulties, too. This path that you have to take.
What are you doing?
There we go. Get out of the way. Yeah, I wonder if that's like the opposite to how it is on the lower difficulties. It's probably impossible for him to trip on the lower difficulties. Or instead he's fucking backflipping over the missile. I really should do a very easy playthrough sometime, just to look at some of the changes. Because there are some really interesting differences. You know, the way the guards behave in certain areas. Fat Man does some silly shit that he doesn't do at all on the higher difficulties. Like the seagulls can peck at him on the lower difficulties, can't they? I forget exactly what they do, but I remember the seagulls. Like, he'll trip up by himself. Fat Man will just slip and be clumsy. But I think... or maybe no, aren't the seagulls friendly with him? I know he does a thing where he just stands in the center of the arena, and some seagulls will just come up and chill on his arm. He'll hold out his arm, and the seagulls will just chill there. Something like that. But maybe they can also peck at him as well. I can't remember. He slips on bird poop. There's no bird poop in the area. I think he'll just slip randomly. That's an idea, though, man. Imagine if the boss arena had bird poop that you had to avoid. I'm surprised they didn't do that. That would have been fucking hilarious during boss fights, having to watch out for certain parts of the map that had bird poop. That would have been great.
Jack, do you need to save?
Cute. Rose.
So, have you decided to talk yet?
Nope.
That's too bad.
Why are you so interested in me all of a sudden?
Because I'm curious. More so than before. Does it really bother you that much?
There must be some things you don't want to say.
Like what?
You know, those things you don't want to say.
Let's see. Things you don't want to say. Like that you've been married before? That you're 80 years old? That you used to be a woman?
Rose.
What exactly is it you won't tell me? Do you think I'd hate you if I knew? Do you really have that little faith in me?
No, it's nothing like that.
Then what is it?
It's...
It really bothers me. The fact that there's a side of you I don't know. Sometimes I just can't help myself.
You've got me right now. Isn't that enough?
No, it's not. I'm sorry. I know I'm being greedy, but it's just not enough.
President Johnson.
Huh? So you're finally here.
You've been expecting me?
Your equipment, that skull suit isn't exactly standard military issue.
Are you all right, sir?
Is this some kind of sick joke? I thought you came to kill me.
What?
I'm prepared to face the consequences of my betrayal.
What are you... What the...
You're a man? Well, who are you?
Foxhound, sir.
Foxhound? I see. Now things are starting to make a little sense. Switch over to nano-communication so nobody can listen in.
Yes, sir. Do you read me, sir?
Yes.
Mr. President, it's my understanding that the terrorists have managed to input the code sequence necessary for launching a nuclear strike.
That's correct. I punched the sequence in myself.
You're working for them?
If you asked me 2 hours ago, my answer would have been yes. Right now, they're keeping me alive until my vital signs are reconfirmed.
They betrayed you?
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I wanted power. They sought destruction.
But why stoop to terrorism?
I wanted absolute power.
But you're the president. You have power.
No, I'm just a figurehead.
What?
I don't have any control. The real power is in the Patriots' hands.
The Patriots?
The truth behind this country. I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Huh?
Politics, the military, the economy, they control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
No.
Hard to believe, isn't it? But it's the truth. The space defense, income tax reduction, and national missile defense programs. Every policy that's been credited to me was actually done according to their instructions.
Space defense was initiated by Congress.
That's what the Patriots want the country to believe. It's all a show. Democracy is just a filler for textbooks. Think about it. Do you actually believe that public opinion influences the government?
No.
This country is shaped and controlled as the Patriots see fit. The people are shown what they want to believe. What you call government is actually a well-staged production aimed at satisfying the public.
Huh?
Don't look at me like that. I'm legally sane, you know.
It's not your sanity that worries me.
The Patriots. Even I don't know who the actual members are. Are they financial, political, or military leaders? No one knows who the Patriots really are. Even my instructions come from a cutout. All I've been told is that every key decision is made by a group of 12 men, known as the Wise Men's Committee.
Your office? The White House?
Merely puppets, pawns in a game. By pledging my loyalty, an insignificant son of a senator was awarded the presidency. Of course, that wasn't the only price I had to pay.
What do you mean?
Even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a playing piece. I wanted to leave my own mark in history, but my ambitions were... You'll understand someday. I wished to be a member of the Patriots. I wanted to wield the power of a king instead of being an expendable pawn.
And that justifies acts of terrorism?
Yes. I'd intended to use the new Metal Gear as a bargaining chip.
Bargaining chip?
But I underestimated Solidus. He actually wants to challenge the Patriots, even if it means the destruction of the world.
What are you saying?
Whether you believe it or not, the balance of power rests in the hands of the Patriots. They regulate the country's various interests through controlled presentation, staging a drama that is palatable to the general masses. Can you imagine what would happen if they ceased to function? Picture a massive political vacuum, a space that every powermonger will try to fill for their own greedy ends. I'm talking about an unregulated power struggle, panic, civil war, chaos. Like it or not, the Patriots is an organization that must continue to exist.
So you changed your mind because you wanted to avoid global chaos.
Exactly. When I told Solidus that I wished to prevent disaster, he replied that pawns can never become players.
And who is this Solidus?
My predecessor, George Sears. That was the name the public came to know him by. I knew him by his code name, Solidus Snake. He was the third Snake, preceded by Solid and Liquid, a survivor of the Les Enfants Terribles project. Neither solid nor liquid, he was a well-balanced masterpiece that the Patriots saw fit to entrust with the presidency. However, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
4 years ago? Shadow Moses.
That's right. At the time, the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, together with certain influential parties, initiated the development of Metal Gear Rex and an advanced nuclear warhead. However, this did not fall in line with the Patriots' plans. What's more, Solidus decided on his own to send his most trusted man, Ocelot, to provoke Liquid Snake, bringing about the said incident. As a result, he succeeded in obtaining Rex and the data on the warhead. But in doing so, he ended up revealing the existence of both Rex and the Genome Army, a blunder that earned him the wrath of the Patriots. Shortly thereafter, Solidus was removed from the presidential office.
I thought he resigned.
That's the story given to the general public. Following his resignation, the Patriots selected me, their new pawn, for the presidency.
But that would mean that the presidential race was...
That was quite a show, wasn't it? It was a well-scripted drama staged by the Patriots for the benefit of the public. Even the Democrats and Republicans were dancing to the Patriots' tune. Everything went according to plan, but for one exception. Following his resignation, Solidus' health was scheduled to fail him, bringing about his untimely death.
Capped?
Correct. But before the Patriots could execute their plot, Solidus went underground with the help of Ocelot. As he avoided pursuit, Solidus gained control of Dead Cell, winning over Colonel Golukovich's outfit. From there, he bided his time, knowing that his opportunity would soon arrive.
What opportunity?
The completion of the new Metal Gear project, an opportunity that would even his odds against the Patriots. By stealing the Patriots' most valued project, he would be able to place them in a very uncomfortable position. It's the only chance he has for survival. Once he has the new Metal Gear, he'll declare war against the Patriots. Needless to say, he must be stopped.
Metal Gear is already operational.
No, not yet. What you saw was Metal Gear Ray, hijacked 2 years ago from the Marines by Ocelot. That was not the new Metal Gear.
Then where's the new Metal Gear?
Right here.
What?
You're standing in it. To be more precise, this entire big shell facility is the new Metal Gear.
What'd you say?
No, I'm quite serious. The upper structure that you've seen is camouflage, designed to represent an offshore cleanup facility. The main structure extends from the foundation all the way down to the ocean floor. The connecting elevator is located on the B2 floor of the Shell 1 core. Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
Arsenal?
That's right. Arsenal. We're talking about an impregnable fortress carrying a load of over a couple of thousand missiles, including nuclear warheads, all protected by a horde of mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units.
Mass-produced?
The Ray unit was originally designed for the Marines to be used as a countermeasure against the Metal Gear variations throughout the world. The Patriots had Ray redesigned to protect the new Arsenal Gear.
So now anti-Metal Gears are guarding a Metal Gear.
Ironic, isn't it? That's not all. Arsenal Gear has full access to the military's tactical network, giving it the ability to exercise absolute control over our nation's armed forces, not to mention our nuclear armament. In short, Arsenal was created to be the core of our country.
What kind of idiotic weapon?
Weapon? No. You're not seeing the full picture. Arsenal Gear is more than just a military tool. It is a means to preserve the world as it is. It will establish a new form of control. The Patriots will use it to keep their place as the country's true rulers. Right now, they feel pressured and threatened.
By what?
They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. The Arsenal plans include a system to digitally manage the flow of information, making it possible to shape the truth for their own purposes. In short, the Arsenal system is the key to their supremacy.
The key?
Yes. The GW system is the Patriots' trump card. Arsenal gear will be fully operational when GW is successfully integrated. Once operational, it will be a completely new form of power for the Patriots to wield. I had hoped to seize the project from them, so that I would be in a strong bargaining position.
Bargain for what?
I'd hoped to trade my way into their ranks, but Solidus preferred rebellion. Outer Heaven, his plan to unleash a nuclear blast over the skies of Wall Street to break the Patriots' control over the business community, is also a key factor in his offensive effort.
Outer Heaven?
Listen, there isn't much time. The football served as the key for activating Arsenal gear. I've already input the necessary code sequence. It won't be long before GW begins to establish connections with other external systems, and Arsenal gear becomes fully operational. Stop them before that happens. That is your role.
Role?
You've got to find Emma Emmerich. She's the only one who can stop that thing once it's been activated.
Emma Emmerich?
She's the system programmer for Arsenal gear. I believe she's somewhere on level B1 in the core of this building.
I thought the levels below us were flooded.
I'm sure they won't let her die just yet, as she's the only remaining programmer for this project. According to Ocelot, she was being held in a locker room located in the northwest part of level B1. Cut transmission and get moving. This is card 4. It'll give you access all the way to Emma's location. Give this to her when you find her.
What is it?
A program for disrupting the control functions between GW and Arsenal gear. Take Emma to the computer room on level B2, Shell 1 core. She'll know how to load the program into the main system.
A virus?
That's right, modeled after Foxdie. A biological weapon designed to selectively eliminate personnel with a specific genetic code.
But why do you have it?
The Patriots had it engineered as a failsafe, and Ocelot forgot to search me. You've got to hurry. That disk is the only way you're going to stop Arsenal. Well, I've told you everything you need to know. There's only one thing that remains to be done. Now, kill me.
What the?
There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike.
Cut it out!
Do it! That's your role! Pull!
No!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
The president! Why did you...
Alas, my finger must have slipped. I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
What are you...
Find Emma. Stop Arsenal. This is my last order as your commander-in-chief. I'm counting on you.
president is dead.
I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
Where do we go from here?
Your mission was to rescue the president and eliminate the terrorist threat. However, given the recent turn of events, we will honor the president's last directive. You must put a stop to Arsenal Gear once and for all.
Do you actually think there's any truth to his story about this big shell facility being a front for Arsenal Gear?
I don't have the security clearance necessary to verify the facts. However, he was the president. I'm sure he knew what he was talking about.
Aren't you forgetting that he was part of the terrorist plot?
All the more reason why I believe his information is reliable.
Huh?
We're talking about a man who chose to die rather than risk a nuclear holocaust. Thanks to his sacrifice, the Nuclear Launch Authority has shifted to the vice president, effectively eliminating the terrorist threat.
Colonel, when you put it like that, it almost sounds like I should have assassinated the president to eliminate the threat.
That was not my intention. I was trying to point out that there is certainly some credibility to the words of a man who chose death to protect the innocent.
The Colonel has a point, Jack.
What about the information he gave me on the Patriots?
That's a new one on me. I'll see what I can find out. Raiden, we're running out of time. Find Emma. She's supposed to be located on level B1, in the core of that building you're in, right? You've got to find her before Arsenal becomes fully operational.
Hurry, Jack.
It's up to you to make sure that the president didn't sacrifice his life in vain.
Understood. Raiden out.
What's your status, Raiden?
Snake, the president, he's been assassinated.
What?
There was nothing I could do.
What about the nuclear strike code sequence?
He died before his vital ID could be reconfirmed.
Then the enemy's lost their nuclear strike capability.
But that Ocelot guy obviously killed the president on purpose.
Why?
It doesn't make any sense. They had to know that they couldn't launch the nuke if they killed the president.
Maybe there's a way to launch without reconfirming the vital ID.
Or maybe they found a more effective weapon within Arsenal Gear.
You knew about Arsenal Gear?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
You never asked.
Am I correct in assuming you also know that the Big Shell's a front for the project?
You mean, did I know that the Big Shell, a fully functional environmental cleanup facility, was designed to camouflage Arsenal Gear? Yeah, I did. It's exactly what the President and Ames described, a massive cover story. The good news is that it hasn't really done much in terms of cleaning up the environment, so we won't have to worry about any toxic gas being released if we have to blow the house down.
Right. And when did you find out about all of this?
It took a while, but we uncovered the info around the time you took out that mad bomber. There's no doubt that Arsenal Gear is being built here. And it was all set up 2 years ago, on that day. All of it.
2 years ago? What really happened here?
I took these photos 2 years ago.
I know these pictures. They were on the news, on several websites. If I remember right, the reporters blamed you for sinking the tanker.
That's right. Otacon, me, we were used.
We'd hoped that by going public with photos of the new Metal Gear, we could persuade the government. At least that was the plan at the time.
I've gone through VR training of the tanker mission before.
Yeah? Well, I doubt it accurately simulates the events of that mission. I'd infiltrated the dummy tanker to obtain proof that a Metal Gear was under development. Shortly after I made it aboard, an armed group led by Colonel Gurlukovich raided the ship and gained control.
Olga and Ocelot were among the raiding party.
Yeah, and him.
Who are you talking about?
A man that was supposed to be dead.
Their target was also Metal Gear Ray. But Ocelot eliminated Colonel Gurlukovich and Marine Commander Scott Dolph, and he hijacked Ray.
So he betrayed them?
I don't know what kind of deal was going down. All I remember is what Ocelot said at the time. Something like, "I'm taking it back."
Ocelot then sank the tanker, along with the soldiers of the Marine Corps.
How did you manage to get out?
Otacon managed to have a small boat ready for me.
That was the easy part. The tough part was not getting dragged down with a sinking tanker. A small miracle when you think about it. It turned out that the whole thing was a setup to lure us. Photos of Snake, taken by the Cypher, were released to the public. In turn, we became the world's most wanted environmental terrorists.
It was definitely a move aimed at putting a stop to our anti-Metal Gear activities.
But why did they choose Snake?
Since the Shadow Moses incident, Snake became sort of a hero. I think the Patriots weren't too happy about that.
You knew about the Patriots?
Well, yes, to a certain degree.
It seems like everyone knows about them except me.
They didn't choose Snake to be a hero.
So they decided to do a smear campaign.
I think the Patriots wanted to make an example of him so everybody would think twice before opposing them.
That's it! They set all this up just to nail you guys.
No, there's more to it than that. The Marines' Metal Gear Ray project, headed by Commander Dolph, was carried out in opposition to the Navy's Arsenal Gear project. To be more precise, the Patriots considered Metal Gear Ray to be a thorn in their side. Hence, they attacked the dummy tanker and stole Ray. They followed this up with a perfect plan. They immediately sent a fully loaded tanker to the same location and sank it, then set up the facility to camouflage the development of Arsenal Gear.
And we fell for it. 2 more puppets in their show.
Colonel Gerlukovich and his daughter Olga?
Both fell victim to Ocelot's plot.
Was Solidus behind all this? He used Ocelot to get hold of Ray, huh?
No, he was underground, keeping a low profile at the time.
Then it must be the Patriots.
If that's the case, what's Ocelot doing alongside Solidus?
Forget it. We're wasting time. We can figure this out later. The nuclear strike's been prevented, but Arsenal still has a massive payload of missiles to deal with.
Right. If the opposition gets control of those missiles.
Raiden, you've got to find Emma.
Wait a second. Isn't Emma Emmerich
my sister?
What's she doing here?
You got me. She's a computer whiz who specializes in neural AI and ultra-variable volume data analysis using complex logic. How she got involved in weapons development is beyond me.
Whatever her reasons, we need her in order to stop Arsenal.
Raiden, find her.
I'm on my way.
All right. We're back. How's it going, everyone? I took a food break during that long sequence. It's always a good opportunity to take a food break during a marathon. That cutscene, or it's really 2 scenes, but one of them takes place right after the scene with the president. All you have to do is go to the door, and then you get that long scene with Snake and Otacon. Yeah, I just had a shitty, like, microwavable meal. Well, it wasn't actually that bad. It was pretty nice. I don't have time to cook, really, during these marathons. Let's go in here and grab some Stinger ammo. Yeah, always good to have. Very useful for the vamp fight coming up. It's time for Rose. Yeah, that call is coming up. But we also get some other really, really good optional calls during this part of the game. Yeah, so sorry if I missed any questions or anything in the chat. I wasn't paying attention to the chat at all during that big scene. Of course, one of the major scenes in the game, the big Arsenal Gear reveal. And the big reveal, I guess, regarding the Patriots and what their true goals are. They fear an overabundance of digital information. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. Kind of silly, really, you know. We're not drowning in the flood of information, are we? The internet age is getting on just fine. There's nothing crazy about the world we live in. I think we have a good grasp of what's going on, us humans. We're coping well with the information age, I think. Everyone's getting along just fine. The world is perfect. But, yeah, of course, the president's dialogue nicely ties in with the very first image we see in the game. You know, the world drowning in information. The opening credits showing us the steady, stable information flow as we see text written on stone tablets, and then we see text written on paper, and the water is just flowing nice and steadily, and then it speeds up faster and faster rapidly as digital information starts to come in and everything just starts to drown. It's a metaphor that they use repeatedly in the game, particularly during the final codec. You know, the legendary call at the end of the game on top of Federal Hall, where the Patriots are telling you all about their motives and their goals. What's that phrase the Colonel uses? Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce? Retrieve valuable truths and even interpret them for later generations. There's another line as well where they refer to like a pool or a cesspool or something. But yeah, I think that's kind of what the big shell is a metaphor for as well. You know, it's designed to process the oil to get rid of these toxins. You know, it's a water filtration facility. Anyway, let's do some calls. There's some really good stuff here.
Raiden, locate Emma Emmerich and have her put the President's disc to use. Emma is on B1 of the Shell 2 core. The clock is ticking. Locate her before Arsenal gear goes online.
You can't drag the body outside. No, it has to stay inside the room. Unfortunately.
Colonel, I want some background information on Emma Emmerich.
I've got it right here, direct from the National Security Agency's personnel files. Apparently, she was involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that. Her record shows that she resigned from the agency 2 years ago. Emma Emmerich, full name Emma Emmerich Danziger. Members of her family call her EE. After divorcing Hal Emmerich's father, her mother took Emma to England and raised her there. Danziger is her mother's maiden name, but she prefers Emmerich. After returning home to England, her mother married Robinson, a businessman. The following details are from a report filed with the NSA when she joined the agency. Just before graduating from high school, Emma injured Robinson in self-defense during an alleged assault on her person. As a result of this incident, she followed in the footsteps of her stepbrother, Hal Emmerich, and left home to enroll in Oxford. It is believed that at this particular point in her life, she was extremely angered by the fact that her brother failed to protect her. Consequently, she lost all family connections and is very resentful. She seems to believe that her brother is to blame for everything. While attending Oxford, she was noted for her success in a deciphering event sponsored by British GCHQ.
They may not be blood related, but she sure sounds like Otacon's sister.
There's more. Raiden, do you recall a certain situation that's more or less become a legend among hackers? To refresh your memory, at the time, just about all of our nation's communications and information resources were concentrated at NSA in Fort Meade. In fact, NSA's basement facility operated round the clock to amass data obtained not only from public communications, but everything from satellite to wiretap operations as well. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that whoever controlled the NSA facility could move the world. On January 24th, in the year 2000, the facility suffered a total system shutdown for a 73-hour period.
Did they ever figure out the cause?
It's believed that a small group within the government had arranged the incident with the assistance of a notorious group of crackers. The result was a full review of NSA's safety measures, which in turn led to the decision to shift the data gathering operations to an isolated location that would be safe from physical attack as well as cyber terrorism.
And where might that be?
My security clearance couldn't get me that information, but I did find out that one of the key members of the hacker group was none other than Emma Emmerich. Although she started off as a specialist in artificial intelligence and complex logic, Emma is now regarded as a computer genius.
That would make her a prime candidate for recruitment in the intelligence community, wouldn't it? And knowing most of the intelligence agencies, I doubt fair play was a major concern in their recruiting efforts.
Your assumption's correct. The government played on her weakness, her strong hate for Hal Emmerich, the brother who left her when she was 6 years old.
She hates him that much?
When she was 6 years old, Emma and her father were involved in a pool accident. She survived, but her father drowned.
What did the police have to say about that?
The report states it was an accidental death.
Isn't that about the time that Otacon left his home and family?
Exactly. But I don't have any idea why he chose to do so.
Does Emma blame Otacon for her father's death?
I don't think so. Her hate seems to stem from the fact that she believes Otacon abandoned her. You see, although the two weren't directly related, they were said to be very close. It's rumored that sibling rivalry was what launched her career as a hacker. 4 years ago, the government leaked her the details of the Shadow Moses incident. In doing so, they were able to recruit her for the NSA. I also have little doubt that they also used the NSA hacking affair as a means to convince her to cooperate.
You think that her hate drove her to frame Snake and Otacon?
That, I don't know.
There we go. Very unique call. It's not often you get an optional call with all its own background music and everything like that. Although I guess a couple of Rose's calls do, but it's kind of odd for the Colonel to have so much information for you as well. I guess it's kind of out of character. But yeah, I always really enjoyed that call. Even though much of it is just straight exposition, the music works really well. And the first time we get a mention of the NSA in the game, seems kind of suitable that it would get brought up now after that last scene, as we learn about the Patriots' true goals, and we learn about, as the game starts to focus more on these themes of the internet age, the information age. They kind of portray the NSA there as like the real-life counterpart to the Patriots. It's what it feels like. I don't think I'm joking when I don't know, what's the line he says there? I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that whoever could control the NSA facility, that whoever controls the NSA facility could move the world. Could move the world. I always found that to be an interesting phrase, considering the metaphor you see later on in the game. You know, when we get inside Arsenal Gear and you log into the node and you get that image of the world turtle holding the world on its back, supporting the world. That's supposed to symbolize Arsenal Gear. You know, because Arsenal Gear is shaped like a turtle, and Arsenal Gear is designed to be the core of the country. It's designed to shape the future, control information, control history, what gets recorded in history. And yeah, they use that symbol of the turtle holding the world on its back to represent Arsenal. And yeah, just how the Colonel describes the NSA there just makes me think of that same image. Could move the world. It's interesting, the first line in the call as well, when the Colonel says apparently she was involved in some sort of high-level project, but there's no details on that. And then he quickly segues into the bulk of the backstory. But of course, what he's referring to there is the game, the S3 plan. The high-level project is series of events that's occurring right now within the game. And Emma has a very similar line later on as well. And it's presented in a similar way. It's at the beginning of a scene. Maybe it isn't at the beginning of a scene, but there's that line later where Emma says apparently they were going to send in some new high-level data for GW to study. And then suddenly all this happens. And Emma doesn't realize that this is the data. I heard that they were going to send in some new data for GW to study, and then all this happens. This put a stop to it. But no, Emma doesn't realize that Emma is the data. Kind of a disturbing thought. Emma doesn't realize that she is the data being studied by GW. When the Colonel talks about that NSA situation where the network suffered this complete shutdown, and he gives a very specific date. He says February 24th, 2000, I think. That's a real thing. That's a real event that he's referring to there. But yeah, I guess in the world of MGS2, when the Colonel says, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say whoever controls the NSA facility, you would think in the world of MGS2 it would make sense that the Patriots would be in control. We can get a good few more codec calls here. Let me just catch up with chat as well. Make sure I'm not missing anything. The mighty turtle god. Yeah, Arsenal Gear is shaped like a turtle. It's supposed to be a big turtle. Although it's also referencing the whale as well. Particularly the whale from Pinocchio. That was also a big idea that inspired Arsenal Gear. Pinocchio getting swallowed by the whale. Because, you're going through all of these digestive organs. All the areas in Arsenal Gear are named after digestive organs. The final area being the rectum. That's where you fight all those Metal Gear rays. And then I guess after that you get shat out. And end up on top of Federal Hall.
Raiden, locate Emma Emmerich and have her put the President's disc to use. Emma is on B1 of the Shell 2 core. The clock is ticking. Locate her before Arsenal Gear goes online.
Colonel, did you hear the truth about the Shadow Moses incident?
Yeah.
Snake wasn't a terrorist.
You look thrilled.
Huh? Yeah.
So you just believe everything that he told you then?
What did you say?
Don't trust him. He isn't in the simulation.
Simulation again. What exactly are you talking about?
Don't put your trust in him. Just carry out your duties to the best of your abilities. Do you understand, Raiden?
Colonel, why did Ocelot murder the President?
They disagreed, probably.
Exactly the same.
What?
As the Shadow Moses incident.
Don't be foolish.
Are you sure about that? Aim's death, appearance of the ninja, the President's death, and now the virus.
You're reading too much into things.
That's right, Jack. You're tired.
Raiden, don't waste your time thinking unnecessary thoughts. Invest all your energy instead in carrying out your duties.
Love it. Don't waste time thinking unnecessary thoughts. I love that. I love Colonel's reaction as well to why did Ocelot murder the President? They disagreed, probably. Great. Thanks, Colonel. Ah, that explains it, right. He wanted... Maybe Ocelot wanted to kill the president. Maybe he didn't like the president. Maybe there was some reason for it. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe there was some kind of reason. That's probably it. I bet there was a reason. We haven't figured out. He killed him for some kind of reason.
Colonel, did you find anything about the Patriots?
No, not yet.
I can't find data on them anywhere.
But the president is...
Jack, there is no data.
Colonel, you know something, don't you?
No, I don't know anything. I need a little more time.
The Colonel is the Patriots.
The Shell 2 core is where the actual filtration system resides, or at least it used to. Now it's just a shadow of its former self. Here, water mixed with crude oil was filtered using antagonist bacteria in the microbial decomposition of hydrocarbons. Below the first floor basement is a gigantic vat for this purpose. What happened was that this vat broke and flooded the floor. The first floor, which is not flooded, houses the air purification facility that eliminates the stench from the polluted water. Manhattan is right in our backyard here, you know. There's plenty of reason to be cautious.
At what point in the game does Rose get replaced by the AI? I think... I mean, it's open to interpretation, I think, but, inside Arsenal, at the end of Arsenal, that's when you get a very clear and distinct change between the types of Rose interactions. When she tells you that she's pregnant and she gets cut off, you could see that as when the real Rose gets cut off. Some people suggest that whenever Rose appears on the Colonel's frequency, that's the AI Rose, and you speak to real Rose on the save frequency. You know, that she's only real on 0.96, she's an AI on 0.85. Interesting idea.
An item box can sometimes fall out while moving.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Emma's probably being kept in filter chamber number 2 on floor B1 of Shell 2's core.
The rumors about Big Shell being a big cover-up are all true.
Otacon?
I had Snake check everything out. Sure, there's some facilities to clean up the pollution, but they're not running at full capacity. Don't you think it's funny that even though 2 years have gone by since the incident, they haven't managed to clean up all the crude oil? Of course, the media doesn't report that kind of thing. I think they're having fresh shipments of crude oil brought in to replace the stuff they've cleaned up. The story you were told about toxic chemicals being released if the plant were blown up also seems pretty fishy. I don't think it's actually true. Information is being suppressed on a huge scale. These guys seem to think that the new Metal Gear is worth all the effort and money they're spending on it.
So I've been lied to all along.
No, I think even your CO didn't know what was going on, and that's probably what he's been telling you.
I didn't mean by the Colonel. I meant by you.
Huh? We never lied to you. We just didn't tell you everything, that's all. You know, you're a pretty interesting guy. You're just like Snake said.
What did he say?
That you're a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool.
A weak, simple-minded...
Ah, don't worry. He didn't mean anything bad by it.
Nothing bad? Well, what could possibly be worse than that? That lying, useless, backstabbing, mincing son of a...
Raiden, I'm his friend. I know him better than anyone else. I know he's not that kind of guy.
Yeah, so what?
And, by the way, there's one more thing you should probably know about Snake.
What?
He's right here.
Next to you?
Yep.
Did he hear
every word?
I'm just gonna get back to the mission now.
There it is. There's the call that defines Raiden in this game. It's kind of funny putting that call beside these other calls with the Colonel as well. I haven't really thought about how absurd actually that response is from Otacon. You know, like he didn't mean anything bad by it. You're a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool. Oh no, don't worry. No need to get upset. He didn't mean anything bad by it. But it's so clearly and blatantly bad. Who would never who wouldn't interpret that poorly? You called me a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool, Otacon. You don't get to tell me that he didn't mean anything by that. What the fuck are you talking about? But yeah, it's just kind of funny. It's like something he's forcing Raiden to accept. I just so little care as to how Raiden would feel about this. Poor Raiden. Isn't all this abuse from the Colonel enough? Well, maybe not abuse, but facing all these lies from the Colonel and now this, it's kind of just like rubbing his nose in it. Let me see here. Three Dog, would you have ever become a famous, in brackets, well, popular streamer without MGS2? Yeah, I probably would have. I don't think, you know, if all the other MGS games still existed in their current form, yeah, I don't think the success of our MGS streams ever hinged on MGS2. You know, all the other games brought in loads of viewers too. We did well. We didn't always rely. We never relied solely on MGS2. And you know, I play other games too that bring in viewers. Some of them bring in more than others. Silent Hill has always been a good series for me as well. Which I don't play as often though. Hold on a second. Funya. Would you have ever become a Metal Gear god, in brackets, decent player, without Metal Gear VR missions? I think I might have. I think I might have. Otacon means he didn't want to insult you, it's just who you are. Yeah, but still, you know? To say that to someone's face like that, so casually. I love how it's Otacon as well, you know? Like, Otacon is usually the weak character. Otacon is usually the character who's beneath people. But like, even Otacon is talking mad shit about Raiden right to his face. Like, I think that says a lot by itself. Even Otacon is talking crazy shit. But yeah, I think it's kind of suitable to get that call next to the Colonel's calls. It's kind of almost feels like a reaction to them, you know? Like, this is who you are, right? And this is why you can't get any real answers. This is who you are. No, I can't really find the word. Because you're a weak, simple-minded, stubborn fool. A weak, simple-minded... Ah, don't worry, he didn't mean nothing bad by it. Vlad, thank you for the 9-pack, I think. Wretchhead, thank you for the Prime sub. As well, cheers.
Raiden, are you reading me? This is Otacon. What's your situation?
Wet and miserable. This place is flooded. The seawater that's been pumped up is pouring into the building.
I see. Listen, there's something I have to tell you about EE.
Don't worry about her. I'll get her out.
She's afraid of water.
What?
Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool.
She can't swim?
Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned.
That pretty much coincides with what the Colonel told me.
When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there. You could see the pool from my room, but I didn't realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
I was...
So Emma survived the ordeal?
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic experience?
I haven't seen her since that day, but yes, I think so. I got a letter from Julie, her mother, after they moved back to England. In her letter, she mentioned that EE couldn't swim anymore, that she refused to even wear a bathing suit.
Damn, if she still can't swim, we're in trouble. Level B1 in the core is pretty much flooded.
Look, maybe you can help her overcome the trauma.
You want me to help her get over it?
Well, it's still gonna take some time to repair the Kamov.
Sorry, kid. Emma's rescue is up to you.
Thanks. An underwater mission. Well, this is a first. Look, I'll see what I can do.
I suggest that you drum the map of the building into your head, because you won't have time to look at it when you try to bring Emma out.
I'm counting on you, Raiden.
I covered most of the core when I had to take out the C4s. If there's anything you need to ask me, call me on the codec.
I'll do that.
Okay, hold on a second. I was reading the chat there, now I have fucking Shenmue music stuck in my head. The shopping, the grocery store music. A buddly-oop, bum ba-doop. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. A boodly-up, ba-da-doop. The tomato store! Yes, that's what it's called, isn't it? Daddy Big... Oh my god, Blad! You crazy bastard! No, Daddy Big Balls. Daddy Big Balls again with the crazy donation. Daddy Big Balls 1969 with the $45. Thank you, Daddy Big Balls. Wretched again with the Prime sub. Thank you. I'm glad with the 9 gifted subs too, man. Thank you. Cheers, man. You're too generous. Let's see, where are we going? Essentially making fun of the player there, because Raiden is the player. Well, I mean, Raiden is his own character as well, but there is a side of him that is designed to be the player, designed to represent the masses, like the Patriots say at the end. Raiden is a perfect representative of the masses. But he is his own character too. I think it's the VR trained side of him that is there to stand in for the player and the players, especially the MGS players' experience of the previous games. You know, there's that VR side of Raiden, which turns out, of course, to be a false story. You know, he isn't just trained with VR. You know, he has his own history as a child soldier and whatnot, and that's when we really get the real Raiden that's separate from the player. You know, and of course his relationship with Rose and everything like that. I think that's why Rose's character as well revolves, you know, what she's trying to do, I think, is to get Raiden to really reveal his true self. You know, that's why she won't call him by his code name. She keeps referring to him as Jack, making sure that he's remembering his real self, who he really is. And obviously she really wants him to open up and to reveal more about himself, reveal more about who he really is. Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-bum. Spanish Sonic will always have my respect. Spanish Knuckles, you mean? Spanish Sonic doesn't exist. Well, here's Stillman again. We can get a strange call here if we call Snake.
Snake, it's Stillman. Stillman's here.
Yeah?
He was waiting for me.
Right.
Okay, then. Back to the mission. So, that can be a confusing call. I think what the idea is that Raiden, you know, he's calling Snake. He wants Snake to make everything okay, you know? Make it better, Snake. Explain this. Take the pain away. You know? Tell me what my emotions should be regarding this situation. And, you know, Snake just doesn't have any time for that. I've always wondered how that call comes across in Japanese. If it's a bit, if it feels a bit clearer, but that's the only thing I can really think of. I feel like that's probably the general gist of it, like the idea that they're going for there. It's pretty in line with Raiden and Snake's relationship up until this point, particularly in the early game where you have all those optional calls with Snake, and you know, Snake he's like a child nagging a parent, getting, you know, asking them questions about the world, asking them to, you know, explain this, explain that. Snake, what about this? What about that? Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you or give you a shoulder to cry on. You know, it just kind of feels like another call tying in with that. Raiden not being able to think for himself about any situation and needing someone to guide him. You know, yeah, fucking, like, Stillman is dead. This happened hours ago. Like, what do you want me to say about it?
Emma's probably being kept in filter chamber number 2 on floor B1 of Shell 2's core. Filter chamber number 2 should be just north of your present location. Head northward.
I took it as an awkward joke from Raiden. What? You think Raiden would be cracking jokes about dead Stillman waiting for him? I don't know about that, man. Snake, Stillman, he was waiting for me. Fucking idiot, but he got blown up instead. Ha! I don't know, where's the joke, you know? I mean, he doesn't sound like he's making a joke, you know, the tone of his voice. He was waiting for me, you know, he sounds very fucking serious. He doesn't sound like he's joking around at all. And he looks really scared when he sees Stillman, you know, he opens the door and Stillman's fucking corpse is floating in. I don't know, I don't think that's a laughing matter at all. I don't think he was joking. I think we might be able to get another call here.
As the President mentioned, Metal Gear Ray was created as an anti-Metal Gear weapon. In the Shadow Moses incident, Ocelot returned with a disk containing data of the exercises that were held for Metal Gear Rex and the new nuclear warhead. What's more, he sold that data not only to the nuclear powers, but to other countries as well. Those nations that obtained the data have commenced their own Metal Gear research. Where does it go from here? What happens when the world is flooded with variations of Metal Gear? We'll probably be looking at an era similar to that of the nuclear arms race. That was one of the reasons we organized Philanthropy. I understand that Fortune's father, Marine Commandant Scott Dolph, had the same misgivings. That's why he proceeded with the development of the anti-Metal Gear weapon, Metal Gear Ray. In fact, Ray alone can drastically redefine tactics when you consider its seafaring capacity to approach, strike, and break off from targets. I also believe that Ray was a solution for renewing interest in the Marines, whose role as a rapid response force has dwindled over the last few years.
Scott Dolph, by the way, was a real person. He was Kojima's old assistant. And he did some translation work as well, didn't he? So yeah, they named Fortune's father after him. Let's do another one. And then Kojima killed him.
I did a quick inspection. Arsenal Gear's security system is similar to the antibiotic function of a living creature's immune system. Surveillance of the inner system is handled by periodic scans, using a number of agents with the capacity for detecting data that doesn't belong in the system. Once the agents detect any invading data, the information is passed on to an antibody production system. From there, a program referred to as an antibody agent is autonomously produced to neutralize or eliminate the invading data. Added to that, there's a solid barrier existing between GW's optic neural net, its physical and logical base, and the other general nets. Referred to as the bit-brain barrier, this wall is a filtering system for preventing the infiltration of foreign data. This security system makes it very difficult to attack the system from the outside. I'm afraid nothing can be done without sufficient preparation.
Sounds fancy. Damn.
Jack, is that you?
That's so cute I can't bear it.
All right, here we go.
Jack,
What is it?
I've always been alone.
Huh?
I'm so lonely.
Lonely? Rose, we've always...
Not always.
What do you mean?
You've never slept beside me.
What are you talking about?
After we've been together in my room, you stay awake all night, or you head for the door.
Is this really the time to bring this up?
Why, Jack? Why?
Listen, Rose, I'm right in the middle of a mission, and
Why? Why can't you relax when you're with me?
Look, the mission,
Why don't you open up to me?
Rose, I just can't.
All I ever wanted was to share your dreams, to spend a meaningful evening with you. I just wanted to find you by my side when I woke up. Is that asking too much?
It's the night. I'm scared of the night. It's got nothing to do with you.
Scared of the night? What's that supposed to mean?
I can't relax when I'm with someone.
Jack, you wouldn't even let me in your room.
I need privacy. I just can't be bothered.
Bothered?
Wrong word. What I wanted to say was that there are certain things that I have to keep to myself.
Do you remember that time I forced my way into your room? We'd known each other for almost a year, and you blew up. It was the first time you ever raised your hand against me. I was so worried about you.
Look, I'm sorry.
It wasn't your violent nature that scared me. It was your room, your heart.
Stop it.
There wasn't anything in your room. Only a bed and a small desk. It looked like a prison cell.
Rose?
No television set. No family pictures. Not even a poster.
Rose, I only use that room for sleeping.
A lifeless room. Almost like your empty heart.
That's why I tried to keep you out.
I thought I was beginning to understand you. Until I saw that room.
Would you have been happier if I had a picture of you hanging on the wall?
That's not what I was trying to say.
Enough, Rose. We'll talk about this later. After the mission.
Right. After the mission. I understand.
Jesus. My empty heart. That's a bit. That's going a bit too far. Fuck! I should have done more of the reactions. Oh, I bet he has those really intense R2 reactions for that call as well.
Still ticking, huh?
Unfortunately, hell had no vacancies. I thought so. Human muscles are quite eloquent. They speak out clearly what a person's next move will be. They even tell me which way a gun is going to be pointed before the trigger is pulled. But your muscles, they're different. This should be fun. Well worth the wait.
I was coming?
You've become a nuisance. I can't let you interfere with Arsenal gear. The girl is just ahead. She is of no use to us now. But she served us well as the live bait for the big catch. Crazy Ivan sometimes speaks the truth.
Emma's alive?
She was some time ago, but the flooding has become quite serious. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now.
What?
Did you really think killing the president would prevent a nuclear strike? Think again.
I didn't do it.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Purified hydrogen bomb?
This is no ordinary nuclear bomb. This weapon is capable of heavy hydrogen nuclear fusion using lasers and magnetics to generate heat-insulated compression. It was a top-secret project initiated by the current president, and Solidus has no idea of its existence. The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently. Specifically, it becomes launch-capable when Arsenal is activated. A nuclear threat still exists. 6 months ago, we lost everything we believed in. We were abandoned to take the fall in their cover-up. We were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary. Our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them.
You're insane.
Insane? We might be the only ones telling the truth.
Final check for activating Arsenal has been completed. All Arsenal personnel report to your stations.
Well, it sounds like Arsenal's ready to go into operation.
Damn it!
You're still hoping that the girl can install that virus you're carrying around, aren't you?
You know?
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to hand her the program. That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
Show me what you've got. Let's do it. Let's do it. Ah! If you shoot him right in the bullet hole there, you do like 4 times the amount of damage. It's really hard to pull off, though. Big ball. Suck it on my big ball. Big fat ball. There's something up with my controller, man.
You're wasting.
Ooh! Boom. Fuck off. Nice. The reason I shoot all the lights is to prevent him from doing a certain attack. He has a fancy attack where he can freeze you. He can paralyze you. And he does it by throwing a knife at your shadow. If you can remove your shadow from the level, he won't be able to do the attack. He paralyzes your shadow and then paralyzes you. Is that a Naruto technique? Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, wow. Whoa! Love how he gets dizzy there. He either does the clap or he gets dizzy. Sometimes he pulls it off, sometimes he doesn't. I like how the melee of the Nikita is useful here too. Boom. The Nikita has its own special melee attack. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to play it real safe. Oh, man. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Bum-bum-bum. Yeah, he does crazy damage on European Extreme. Oof.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to see if I could get his Mantis dialogue. He has some dialogue that's very close to Mantis's dialogue. I think it might even be the exact same. His the lock-on mechanic here kind of plays off the Mantis fight. You know how Mantis could dodge, like he knew everything you were going to throw at him. He could read your mind. Vamp is kind of similar. If you stay locked on to him, if you keep holding the lock-on button, he'll be able to dodge everything you throw at him. It's kind of like the central gimmick to the fight, especially in the final phase. In order to prevent him from reading your moves, you just have to let go of the lock-on button before you fire. No rations at all on this difficulty. Boom. There's no controller port gimmick, no. The room here is also interesting. If you look at the shape of the room, it might also remind you of something from MGS1. Look, it's the room where you fight Ocelot. The entrance to the room is the exact same. That's where you blow the wall open with the C4. You have the central square where Baker would be, and then you have the exit up there in the exact same position. So yeah, it's kind of like a recreation of the Ocelot boss room. Very easy to miss though, because it doesn't, you know, it doesn't really feel the same. Right? Because the fight itself feels very different to the Ocelot fight. It doesn't feel like the Ocelot fight. And you don't have a pool of water in the center. Oh my god! I just thought, man. Oh! The fucking pool of water does stand in for the central section of the Ocelot boss room. You can't touch the central part of the Ocelot boss room either, because it sets off the Semtex and Baker gets killed. So the central area in the Ocelot fight is also a death trap. Both central sections are death traps. I never fucking thought of that before, but it's so obvious. Cool. Oh god. What the hell am I doing? Okay, we're almost at the final phase. I always end up playing it too safe in this phase. You don't have to be this cagey. But because I'm so low on health, playing it real safe. I really should get better at that phase. Oh jeez. Okay. I might die. Here we go. So stay locked on. And then when we see the tell for his attack. Oh god. There we go. Yeah. Woo! Ah! I don't think I was dodging that attack. If that wasn't the last hit, I would have been dead. That was a trade, I think.
Colonel, they've apparently completed the final check procedure for arsenal gear.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the President gave you. When you find her, take her to the computer room on level B2 in the core of Shell 1.
Snake, did you catch all that? I didn't make it on time. Arsenal's going active.
Yeah, I heard. The hostage rescue's gonna have to wait.
I'm going after Emma.
We'll secure the computer room. Looks like we can't install the virus program without Emma.
Can't your partner do it?
I would if I could, but the security for this system is no joke. I need more time.
That's why we need her.
Understood. I'll make sure you have your family reunion. What's up?
A lot of years have passed between EE and me.
Then you should see her, right?
I don't have the right to see her.
We can talk about this later. Raiden, I think you'd better get moving. Emma's in the locker room to the north, right?
I'm on it.
Okay, we're back. Hold on, there's a part of me that wants to test something here. I'm not sure if I'm exactly correct about
Jack, is that you?
how the lock-on functions. I think it is a mixture of both, isn't it? Like when he's covered in red stuff, you can't get him. But even outside of that, you still do need to take the lock-on into account. Hold on. Let me save. And reload. I want to test something. I'll save on another file. This won't take long. I can also show you the cheese strat for Vamp while I'm doing this.
Jack, about trying to break into your room.
Rose, just forget about it.
No, listen to me. I said I did it because I was worried about you, but it wasn't just that.
What?
I was suspicious. I thought there might be someone else.
Someone else?
Another woman.
Rose.
I really thought so, because sometimes you're so horribly cold.
You know I wouldn't.
I'm serious. Sometimes I feel like you're pushing me away. So
Did you get in?
yeah.
Are you satisfied now? There wasn't anyone there, was there?
No. No, there was no one there. There was absolutely no one in your room. Not another woman, not me, not even you.
Rose.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to apologize, that's all. Talk to you later.
Apology accepted. You know, that was brave of you to own up to that. And, you know, I'm sorry too. I'm sorry too. It's not all your fault.
Raiden, what's going on? Raiden! Raiden!
Jesus, that sound. Sounded like he was retching there. Sounded like he was vomiting. Oh yeah! Yeah, back to this save. Battle lick a bomb, pick a jump bomb, pick a bomb. Wait, what? Oh, I picked the wrong save. Fuck it. I don't care. I don't care that much. Let's just keep going. I really love the reflection effect. Look who it is. And if you keep looking, guess who calls?
Jack? Jack?
Oh, Rose. Is that you? What's up?
What's up? You were looking for a pretty long time. Something catch your eye?
No, just, scouting for the enemy.
Somehow I have a hard time believing you.
Enough. Hurry up and return to the mission at hand.
Don't call me unless you need some.
What the fuck? There's something really up with my controller.
What do you want?
You're a real egotistical woman.
Goodbye.
You're a real egotistical woman.
What, need to save?
That's so cute I can't bear it. I want you.
Alright, let's keep going. Next, we want to pick up some body armor. It is essential, especially that, given that we're on European Extreme. Pick up the body armor. And now, when we're inside the room, Emma is gone. She was sitting on the steps. That's where we were looking from just now. She was sitting over there. And the radar tells us exactly where she is. You can see the dot flashing in there. Thermal goggles. Really nasty troll locker, this one. You wear the thermals, you can see that there's a sneaky claymore in there, stealth claymore. If you use the mic, we can hear Emma's heartbeat. Pretty cool little touch. But check out what happens if we scare her. Her heartbeat speeds up. Hold on, let me check the other lockers.
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Get me out. You're lying. Where are you taking me this time?
What are you talking about? I'm here to help. Here, I'll prove it. Do you have nanos?
What?
Well, do you?
I do. Everybody on this project has them.
Okay, good. Let's try. Can you hear me now?
Nanocommunication?
That's right. I have nanomachines too.
Then you're not one of them.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
And you came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help to stop Arsenal. I understand you're the only one who might be able to do it.
And who told you that?
The President.
Really?
I need you to come with me to Shell 1. Your brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
Come on! We have to get moving. This place will be flooded soon. Better move.
I can't swim. Leave me.
You can swim. You used to love it.
How do you know?
Your brother told me.
He's really here?
That's right. He's here to rescue you.
I don't believe you. He would never come for me.
And I'm telling you he's here, waiting for us at Shell 1.
No! He left me, my mother, when we needed him the most. When my father died, all he could think about was himself.
Emma, we can go over all that later, but first we have to get out of here.
No! I hate water! It's hopeless! I can't swim! I can't swim!
You can do it!
I can't!
Come on, deep down inside, you know you can swim.
I can't keep my eyes open in the water. That endless blue. The water, it wants me. It won't let me go.
All right, then close your eyes. I'll guide you.
I was injected with something. My legs. I have trouble moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest. First, we'll head to Filter Chamber 2. Then we'll take a break.
And all I have to do is hold my breath.
That's right.
How long?
Just a little while.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That's how I got here.
I don't think I can do it. I'm not good at holding my breath.
Look, Emma, I have an idea. Put your ear against my chest and listen to my heartbeat.
Your heartbeat?
Count the beats. Don't think about anything else. When you reach 100, open your eyes. By that time, we'll be on the other side. Give me a signal if you think you're running out of breath.
What will you do then?
I'll swim faster. Hang on tight. Okay, let's go.
I'm closing my eyes.
Take some deep breaths. 1, 2, 3.
Wait!
What is it?
Let me take off my glasses.
You know, you should wear contacts.
There's nothing wrong with my eyes. I wear them for show.
Trying to be different from the other girls?
No, it's not like that. I like glasses. And there's this guy I liked who used to wear them.
Your first boyfriend?
No. Somebody more important. Anyway, they bring me luck.
I see. Okay, let's go.
I see. Oh, yes. Ba-da-da-la-da-ba-ba-ba. Boo-doo. Listen to how the music changes when we come up above the water. The beat comes in, the bass comes in. Nice touch, yeah. Like I said, it feels like the music itself is being submerged, and it becomes much more open once you come up above. Feels fuller. Ba ba ba. Boo-doo.
You did good.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid. I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride. I was sleeping with my ear against his back. I could hear his heartbeat.
Sounds like you were close.
We were, back then. We were stepchildren in our parents' second marriages. Wherever my brother went, I used to tag along. My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me. We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend.
Pretend?
Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife. But it was always just make-believe. We were only kids. You know what I mean.
I never had a family, but I think I know what you mean.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job. Get her over to Shell 1 as soon as you can.
That's going to be hard with the connecting bridge on the upper level destroyed.
Didn't Olga say something about taking the oil fence at the bottom of Strut L?
Yeah, I remember that.
You should be able to go down by way of Strut L. Try and get over there.
What about Emma? She's been injected with something and she can't walk without any help.
Take her with you. Free your hands of any equipment and hold down the action button to give her a hand. To release your grip on her, take your finger off the action button. Emma can sit and wait until you help her back up. And be careful. You won't be able to use any weapons while you're leading her. Now head for Strut L.
We're on our way.
Raiden, we've infiltrated the computer room. What's your situation?
Emma's safe. We're heading your way.
Good job.
Shell 1's deserted. Looks like everybody's aboard Arsenal.
I had a look at the system, but there's nothing I can do. EE's our only hope.
Right. I'll put her on then.
Huh? EE? What? How?
I'll use my codec as a relay. Here she is.
Hal?
EE, is that you?
Hal?
EE. Why are you involved with Metal Gear?
Huh?
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
I should have known.
Answer me. Why are you repeating the same mistake?
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see you suffer.
EE?
You abandoned me.
No, that's not what happened.
All right, that's enough.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Otacon's, Emma.
Otacon?
Enough with the sibling rivalry.
That's not what this is.
We haven't got time for this. Raiden, get her over here right now.
I...
Gotcha, Snake. I'll head over there with Emma.
Most of the enemy's aboard Arsenal, but I suggest you be careful. Make sure Emma gets here in one piece.
Raiden, take care of my sister.
Don't worry. I'll get her there.
Get her over here right now. Get her over here right now. Sorry, there was just something that really struck me about the way Snake said that. He was really growling that dialogue. Oh god, yeah, my Snake could use a bit of work. Hold on. Wait a second. Let me grab this M9 ammo. Get up, Emma. Oh, hold on. What happens if you just leave Emma here? How far do you get any call or anything? I don't think I've ever tried this before. Oh, this is going to be such a huge waste of time. Jesus Christ. We have to do it for science. I don't think I've ever done this before. Ba-doop. Ba-doodle-doo.
Raiden, where do you think you're going?
I don't believe it. Are you trying to ditch Emma?
Get back to where she is right now.
You should be happy about that, Rose. Shouldn't she be happy about that? Make up your mind.
Raiden, where do you think you're going?
I see.
I don't believe it. Are you trying to ditch Emma?
Get back to where she is right now.
No doubt.
Does Otacon get pissed?
Raiden, take Emma and go to Strut.
Oh, I wonder, can they still have their conversation? You can get optional calls here, where Otacon will argue with Emma. That'd be funny if it's still triggered, even though she's like miles away.
If you shoot those pipes...
Oh, okay, no, you can't do it, okay.
To throw something.
Exactly.
Raiden, where do you think you're going?
That's
I don't believe it. Are you trying to ditch Emma?
Get back to where she is right now.
Yeah.
Let me do a save call.
Yes?
I'll call Emma in a second. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Just a sigh.
Yes?
All right, yeah, because she's still pissed off. Right, okay.
Don't call me unless you need something.
Right, okay, okay.
Where are you? You have to come and get me.
This is Raiden's fetish.
I thought you were gonna protect me.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Damn it! Where did you go?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
I wonder how far away you have to get for this to trigger.
Don't leave me alone.
Damn, she has quite a few lines.
Damn it! Where did you go?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Okay, I think we've seen them all.
Don't leave me alone.
You're a real egotistical woman.
Okay, let's go back. Yeah, you probably just have to load into another area. That's cool though. I'm not sure if I've ever done those calls before. I don't think I have. Yeah, you can probably do it easily just by going back to the previous area. My balls. My hairy balls. My balls. Oh my god. Do I know these games better than my own apartment? Yeah, definitely, because there are... I haven't been inside my housemates' rooms. Oh my god. Who the fuck put this claymore here? Right, these claymores are always here, aren't they? When you come back from the from that Emma scene. Olga doing the Patriots' dirty work. Oh hey. Speaking of. Classic, just like MGS1. Oh, thanks. That's funny, you know, that's such a meme in MGS1. First time players running into the Claymore before they take the call.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden.
I want my health back.
Raiden!
I don't think I really need the health, but fuck it. I wonder if I can get her to back up into the Claymore.
Open your eyes. Emma! Emma!
It's possible. Yeah, you can't dump her in there. Oh, what if you drag her to the next cutscene? Will it still trigger? It does.
Emma, Snake and Hal are waiting for us in Shell 1's computer room. I've got this disk that the President gave me. This disk is supposed to contain a virus that can corrupt Arsenal Gear's operating system. We need you to...
This is my program.
What?
Why did the President give it to you?
Huh?
Did something happen to the President?
President. He's dead.
What?
You actually wrote this virus?
It's not really a virus. It's more like a worm cluster. It's actually a delayed effect autonomous program that's designed to invade GW's cerebrum and render its nerve connections useless.
You know what GW is?
Of course. I created it.
Huh?
You look surprised.
Well...
Cat got your tongue?
I'm sorry, How about the Patriots? Ever heard of them?
Yes, but I only know what I've been told.
Can you tell me what you know?
Sure, but it's hard to put into words.
Right. Are you reading me, Emma?
Yes, loud and clear.
The President said that Arsenal Gear was the Patriots' key to supremacy.
That's as good a description as any.
What exactly is it?
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale.
A data processing system?
That's right. The system's a social device for maintaining the Patriots' control.
You've lost me.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
Huh?
Let me give you an example. You're aware of Solid Snake's anti-Metal Gear activities, aren't you?
Yeah, I know a little about it.
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information. I can guarantee you the Patriots did not want Solid Snake's name publicized. Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level. With the newly created system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the lifespan of the average individual, is extremely limited. On the other hand, digital information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate.
So?
The alphabet, 26 letters, right? It could have been 30 letters. What if the 4 deleted letters were controlled by a program?
Impossible.
It's not. In fact, something similar is already underway. Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right. That's what was announced at the turn of the century. But there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
No.
Why? How would you know? Do you know what a gene looks like? Did you count them yourself?
There are research organizations.
Of course. And their reports have already been subtly altered. They're even beginning to believe the doctored reports. GW is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal. It's the only system in the world with an optic neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion Hammets.
I suppose that being a specialist in neural AI and complex logic played a significant role in your association with the Metal Gear project.
That's not the only reason.
What do you mean? I guess there are plenty of other reasons.
Yes, there are.
I understand.
Do you?
So Arsenal Gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No. GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
What?
Do you remember the panic that gripped the computer industry prior to the end of the century?
You mean the Y2K problem?
That's right. If you recall, our government supplied the world with a countermeasure program, using the internet at full capacity. The program was distributed to every governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
Let me guess. The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes, and everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably, but the overall system isn't actually complete.
What?
It still lacks the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data for GW to study. And suddenly all this happens.
Emma, it's not your fault. If it wasn't for the terrorists...
Yeah, you're right. Well, I think that's about all I know.
Right. Thanks. I think we'd better head for the computer room.
My bird in the computer room. Is he safe?
That noisy, overgrown parakeet?
Excuse me, he's a parrot. And he's my best friend. My only friend.
Well, the bird's okay.
Good. Did you know that in the old days, miners used to take a canary into the mine shafts to detect toxic gas?
That's what he's for?
No. I really needed someone to talk to.
Right. I think we'd better get moving. We've got a little longer to cover than the last time.
I'll give it my best.
Whatever you do, don't open your eyes.
Why not?
A dead body, not a pretty sight.
Oh.
Once we get past it, it'll be too dark to see anything. What are those sticks in your head?
These? They're lacquered chopsticks. They hold your hair in place. Did you know that they're pretty popular in Europe and South America?
Can't say that I do. You're not only cute, but smart too.
Oh, I'm much more than cute.
Okay, let's go.
All right, we're back. Yeah, there was that line that I was talking about. I heard they were going to send over some new complex data for GW to study. And then all this happens. Let's do some of the calls here. Let's call up Snake. Skabadaloo.
Right. Take Emma and go to strut L. There's a ladder down onto the oil fence on the ocean surface from that strut.
I've seen some people theorize about the missing letters thing. You know, she talks about deleting letters from the alphabet. I've seen people theorize that that's supposed to tie into the Lally Lule Lo concept. How Lally Lule Lo is a phrase that's not supposed to be utterable, that you're not supposed to be able to say it really properly. The idea doesn't translate all that well into English. It works much better in the Japanese text, where in Japanese there is no like definitive L sound in the Japanese language. You can have something that's like either R or L, but yeah, the English L sound, the English L doesn't exist. And that's why Japanese people have a lot of trouble speaking English words with L's, you know, and where it often comes out as an R instead, and you often get mistranslations in Japanese games where you see R's instead of L's for similar reasons, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's what they're getting at with that, if that's supposed to be tying into that idea. Maybe, maybe not. I probably didn't explain it all that well, but I think that's the general gist of it. Yeah, you see a few examples of it in MGS. Funnily enough, they misspell a voice actor's name in the credits in this game. The woman who plays Fortune, her name is Maura Gale, but it's spelled Mola in the credits. There's Rivermore National Labs and Livermore National Labs. Yeah, there are a good few instances of it.
Okay, Raiden, let me talk to Emma.
Sure. One condition. No arguing.
No problem. Put her on. EE, is that you?
Yes? What do you want?
Why did you get involved in weapons development? A lot of people will get hurt. Even more will die. I'm talking about the destruction of homes and cities, radioactive contamination for years to come. You, of all people, should know the horror of nuclear weapons. You know about our family's dark history. Why, EE? Why?
You left me. You made my life a living hell.
I didn't have a choice.
Don't lie to me. The pool, you could never look me in the eye after the accident. You took the easy way out so you wouldn't have to face me. That way you could avoid responsibility every day. You ran. You ran away so you wouldn't have to face the pain.
No, that's not why I left.
You left me and took the easy way out.
That's not true. I left the house because...
You're a criminal, just like me.
A criminal?
I know what you did. You manipulated our account on the network.
But...
Look at what you're doing now. You're nothing but a cracker.
No, I'm just applying my knowledge for the cause.
The cause? What cause? Justice?
For peace, EE. I'm not like Snake. I can't carry a gun and face the enemy. That's why I do what I do best.
Oh, right. Nice justification, Hal. Forget about being a criminal. You'd make a great lawyer.
All right already. That's enough.
All right, round 2.
Fight. What's up, Raiden?
Out of my way. Let me talk.
You want to talk to Otacon?
Yes.
I'll put him on.
Yep. Yeah? What is it?
Up to now, scientists have continued to be active participants in war. What's your opinion?
There's no doubt that war has been an ideal event that fuels the progress of science. But therein lies the trap. We scientists must establish some form of work ethic. It's a tragedy that both the government and the military act as sponsors to modern science.
What are you talking about? The atom and hydrogen bombs were born from laboratories owned and operated by universities and private enterprises. Los Alamos and the Lawrence Livermore labs were run by universities. There's nothing strange about that.
Weapons development and universities. This may come as a surprise, but science requires that information be exchanged freely.
You're referring to the will of Professor Oppenheimer, aren't you?
For me, science and weapons always existed at different levels. I never thought that my research results would bring about misfortune to others. That was until the Shadow Moses incident.
I have no regrets.
That's where you're wrong. We scientists know the dangers of a nuclear threat. It's up to us to protect the people. We can't allow it to be exploited by nations or their politics. Man and nuclear weapons cannot coexist. Mere mortals were never meant to handle nuclear fusion.
Science defines me. My government respects me. Can you tell me what's wrong with that? Can you?
Okay, that's enough.
Your government is setting you up to be killed right now, Emma. As a part of the most twisted experiment that's ever been conducted. Round 3. Fight!
Snake.
Let me talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
Otacon's busy right now. You'll have to settle for me.
What? Okay.
Right. Now what do you want?
Hal's wrong. Science doesn't exist to benefit the world.
Then what is it for?
Science is for the individual. For me, it's a way to realize my dreams.
It sounds pretty greedy.
You can't realize your dreams without greed.
And what's your dream?
Take revenge on Hal. To beat him in his own game.
Revenge?
I am gonna make him regret the day he left me. I am gonna make him realize he was wrong.
Of all the idiotic.
I think that's enough.
Idiotic? It's my goal, my reason for being alive. Hal is wrong. He's only being used by his country. He's pitiful. Even you guys are using him. Me? I'm using science to achieve my own dream.
Real bright, lady. That's exactly the line that scientists are never meant to cross.
Right. I sold my soul for revenge. I will never forgive him.
I'll pretend this conversation never happened.
No. You tell my brother exactly what I said.
Emma!
What?
You're speaking your mind, not your heart. Just leave it at that.
Okay.
Emma! Love Raiden's little look of admiration at the end there. Wow, Snake, you're so great. So wise, so perfect. So enlightened. Let's keep going. Ba-da-da-la-la-ba-ba-ba. You're the shit. Oh man, I'm starting to get tired. Yeah. Ba-da-da-la. Ba-ba-ba. My balls. Don't worry, I'm not gonna fall asleep or anything. I'm good. Don't worry, I could stream for another 20 hours if I had to. I'm very well trained in the art of staying up for absurd amounts of hours.
I can't stand bugs! I am not moving!
Come on.
Oh no, bugs! I can't handle bugs. I hate them.
But you're a programmer. Get rid of these bugs.
Bugs? I hate bugs.
You program GW, man. These bugs should cause no problems.
Bugs? I hate bugs.
Another 4 hours of my shift. I'm not sure. I'm going to be streaming for like 12 hours roughly. And DRK will be taking over.
What do you think you're doing?
Cute, huh?
Okay, Emma, let's try this again, shall we?
Oh no, Bugs! I can't handle. That hurt.
How cute.
Hold on, Emma. Let me just check my phone here. There's something really funny about this. It's like Olga is watching from the shadows. Like, oh my god, what the fuck is he doing now? I need to send another message. Riding the coolant to get the bugs away, please. Now, come on, Emma, conquer your fears.
Bugs! I hate bugs! I don't think I like you.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
You suck!
Fuck! I swear that was my controller's fault. I wanted to call her an egotistical woman.
Cute, huh? How cute.
Raiden, take Emma and go to Strut L. There's a ladder down.
Otacon doesn't get angry when she's just knocked out.
Cute, huh? Cute, huh? That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Oh, Venus and Cancer.
Cute, huh?
Is it still stuck in her eye? Oh, there it is. It's gone. That takes a few seconds to fall out.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Please, don't!
Cute, huh?
Please, don't!
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
What do you think you're doing to her?
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing to her?
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing to her?
Yep.
What do you think you're doing to her?
Probably, yeah.
Bugs! I hate bugs!
Anything else I want to do here?
Raiden, you didn't!
Okay, I think that's all the Emma abuse. Oh, we start here again. Rose doesn't comment on our abuse of Emma, I don't think. Although, hold on, something funny will still happen, I think. Especially if we call her now. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on, I don't want her to lose all that health. She secretly enjoys it? Yeah, actually. Yeah, watch this. At least I think so, anyway. How do you feel about this, Rose?
What's up, Jack? Well, Jack, it sounds like you and Miss Emma are getting along just fine.
Rose?
I've been monitoring your every move and conversation. I can't say it's been fun.
Give me a break. I'm only trying to keep her spirits up.
Is that right?
Absolutely. My mission is to get her to the computer room.
That's all?
Yeah.
You're lying. You're attracted to her, aren't you?
I'll admit she's cute.
Cuter than me?
Rose, you're beautiful. You know how I feel about you.
Have you remembered yet?
You mean April 30th?
Yes.
It's your birthday, isn't it?
Wrong. You're not even warm.
What is it then?
Forget it. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just a little jealous.
Rose.
You'd better get moving. Good luck.
Yeah, you see, I remember earlier when when they spoke about how Raiden hit her, how Raiden was physically abusive towards Rose, and Rose said it wasn't your violent nature that scared me. So, you know, maybe she liked it. It was your room. It was your empty heart. I was cool with your violent nature. I actually enjoyed it. Okay. Let's move on. Pretty vacant with the 3 months, thank you. Big Red Machine with the 8 months, thank you. Dougal with the Prime sub, thank you. McCartney on the Hill, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, I'm way behind on thanking people, sorry guys. Fluency with the 4 months. Aim Without Boss donated 10 bits. Hey dog, not sure if you knew this little secret, but if you look at an enemy through a really dark white, like the passed out enemy at the beginning of the plant mission, you can see someone's name above their head. Basically works everywhere with a really dark area. A really dark white? Am I reading that correctly? Hold on. I can't tell if that says white or wild. Through a really dark while. Like the passed out enemy at the beginning of the plant mission. You can see someone's name above their head. Works everywhere with a really dark area. A really dark wall? If you look at an enemy through a really dark wall, is that what it's supposed to say? Is this some kind of weird bug? This is making me think of the dog tag mechanic, which I think is only in the original PS2 version, or like that weird birthday mechanic that like the individual guards in the game have registered birthdays, and if you're playing on that day, if you register that day as the date in game, you can see their names. I forget how I forget what that mechanic is exactly, if you can even call it a mechanic. I know Bad Humans was talking about it a while back. I don't think it's in the HD collection. I think it's just something in the original versions on PS2. And that's just kind of reminding me of it. Just the ability to see people's names above their heads, because I think that ties in with that birthday mechanic. I think it's something to do with certain characters having, or certain guard NPCs having birthdays. Or something like that, I can't remember. Bad Humans, I don't think is in the chat. He might know. Anyway. Let me see here. John Anakin, thank you for gifting a sub to Box94. Solidus Ace, are you in the chat still? Sorry, I'm so fucking behind on subs and donations. Solidus Ace donated $5. Today, my wife and I mostly heard DRK stream in the car, and now I'm finally able to tune in. Thanks for the marathon, dog. DRK will get $10 tomorrow as well. Here is the second fiver for a good cold one. Solidus, thank you very much, man. Cheers. Thank you. There you are in chat. Thank you, man. Yeah, I saw your tweets. Solidus was listening to the stream on in his car earlier while he was driving. He couldn't watch, so he had us on the radio. Cheers, man. Billy Blanks as well. Thank you for the Prime sub. Cheers, guys. All right. Gabadaloo, my ball sack. Emma, how are you doing there?
Emma, you okay?
Yeah, sort of.
Emma, this is about GW, but is it really possible to automate the scale of censorship? Do we have that kind of computing capability?
Of course we do. And it would be impossible to do this unless it was automated. There's too much information for human beings to handle. Let's take your specialty, military operation, as an example, shall we? The US military began to aggressively adopt the digital model in both combat and daily operations at the turn of the century.
That's true. Battlefield networking, the revolution in military affairs, and of course, the VR training regimen. Information is the deciding factor in the outcome of conflicts. It's because of that reality that the military's invested trillions of dollars in high-tech weapons and equipment. There's no night or day in war or information.
Right, 24/7. There's nothing that we couldn't see through electronic eyes and ears.
And that's what gave us the capability to collect, analyze, and understand tactical data in real time?
No, just the opposite. What we ended up with was too huge a load. We knew literally everything, from the position of every platoon on both sides to the number of clips every infantryman had left. As a result, nobody could figure out what the big picture meant. Not even the most experienced and skilled general could, because we're flesh and blood.
Humans can't adapt to the information age. Is that it?
Basically.
No human being can make an intelligent command decision in the information overload of digitized wars. So R&D into computerized systems to assist in the process was initiated. The Defense Department tested a large-scale AI-driven system for troop logistics during the Gulf War. Apparently, they got the results they were looking for.
And you're saying that worldwide information censorship can be performed the same way?
Yes, it's possible given GW's capabilities. Do you get it?
Humans can't adapt to the information age. I mean, we're struggling right now, I think. But it's a lot to adapt to. And it all happened very suddenly, you know? We'll get the hang of this communication eventually. You know, we just need a couple more 100 years. And eventually we'll start vibing with the information age.
What can I do for you, Jack? Right. Save complete. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. What's wrong?
Nothing. What are you talking about?
What am I? Aren't you being a little cold?
Really? Aren't you just imagining things? Maybe I'm just not as warm as that hand you've been holding for quite some time now.
Rose, you know this isn't...
I know. I'm just teasing you. But I was thinking, I was wondering whether you would be as protective if it were me instead of Emma.
Of course I would.
Think so? Oh, that's right. You're such a kind person.
Rose.
Forget about it. Good luck.
What a wholesome love story. Just like Jack and Rose in Titanic. The perfect romance. Every girl's dream.
Freeze! Freeze! Mo!
Mo! That's the final Mo, I think. No more Mo's.
What's up, Jack? Jack, how far do you think the Patriots' digital control extends?
I don't really know, but it probably influences a lot of what goes on in our everyday lives.
Even mundane things like which movies and songs become a hit and what kind of clothes we wear?
I think taste would be the easiest thing to manipulate. I mean, think about the kinds of film and bands everyone wants to go to see. It's whatever's at the top of the charts.
And if the charts are made up...
Exactly.
But you can't really control individual taste. It's too closely tied to personality.
I don't know about that. Trends have always been about following the leader.
Not necessarily.
The age of direct personal interaction is over. So is the idea of word-of-mouth communication. Rose, you have any friends you've met online?
Yeah, I do.
How many?
Well, if you count only the ones I talk to a lot, I'd say about 20.
How many of those have you actually met?
1 or 2 tops.
Uh-huh. That's how it is for everyone, I guess. And even if your online buddies had fake identities and were circulating false information, you'd have no way of knowing.
Fake identities?
Right. And there'd be no way for you to know for sure.
Well, what about people who do meet face-to-face then? Like us?
Us?
Have you ever really shown me the real you?
I wouldn't even know the real me myself.
But you're being honest with yourself now. Well, that's how I see it.
Well, how am I being honest?
I've never seen you show so much feeling. Fear, anger, even a kind of giddiness. It may seem a strange thing to say, but you're living out loud for the first time that I've seen.
I'm just trying to get the job done. This is war, you know.
I do know that. I'm just saying you're different from your usual restrained self.
What about you then?
I always want to be open with you as much as I can.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting thing. She is correct about Raiden opening up more here, even in the previous conversations with Emma. Which always makes me think of how she stands in for Meryl here as a part of the S3 plan. And how Meryl really changed Snake's outlook in MGS1. Although it's not like Emma's fundamentally changing Raiden's character, but I guess learning all this information is kind of waking him up a bit. And I guess before that, the interaction with the president. It's a good call. Okay. My brain. Let's throw a chaff. Ooh, I might fuck this up. Oh god, hold on.
Damn it!
What's wrong?
This door is security level 5. I don't have card 5. Damn.
Giving up already? Ta-da!
What the?
Are you impressed?
You should have told me you had it.
Well, the truth is, I just remembered it myself.
Okay. So, a clever little scene there. At first viewing, at first glance, it might seem kind of random, weird. Why do they make a whole cutscene out of that? Where Raiden gets frustrated about the fact that he doesn't have the card, and then gets angry with Emma because she didn't tell him sooner that she had the card. It's another thing that ties into MGS1. In MGS1, when you meet up with Meryl, she gives you card 5 immediately as soon as you meet up with her in the bathroom. And this sequence, as a part of the S3 plan, as a part of the simulation, mirrors that section in MGS1. The escort section where you're with Meryl, and now we're in the escort section of MGS2. In MGS1, the card leads to a sniping section where Meryl gets injured, And the same thing happens here with Emma. So when Raiden says, you should have told me you had it, that's because he's saying, because Meryl told me she had it when I did my VR training. I don't think it's a conscious reaction on Raiden's part. Like, I don't think he's consciously realizing that's why he's getting mad. It's just built into him through the experience of MGS1. You know, I don't think he's consciously remembering the VR training. It's just, you know, showing how he is controlled by his previous experiences. Memes. And I guess it's there to just kind of comment on that idea of free will versus determinism, or however you want to phrase it. You know, how much control do we actually have over the choices we make? How much are we controlled by our experiences? But yeah, cool little scene. It took me several playthroughs to realize what was going on there. I was like, what the fuck is going on with this scene? You know, like, what's the point of it? And then it's like, oh shit, the fucking card. And then the dialogue. Her final bit of dialogue at the end is word for word what Meryl says when she crosses the minefield. She says, "Are you impressed?" And that's exactly what Meryl says when she shows off her skills, when she, you know, when she knows where the mines are. Once she crosses over to the other side, right before she gets shot. She says, "Are you impressed?" Well, maybe a little. Unwilling Chemical with the 3 months. Thank you. Dr. Oakley, thank you very much for the raid as well. Cheers. Yeah, in MGS1, of course, you have a choice with how it plays out. In MGS2, you don't. Which Snake alludes to at the end of the game, you know, when he says, "I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time, but everything you thought about is yours," or whatever the line is. That's a little nod to that's what he means by that, or that's, you know, part of what he means. The lack of choices that the player had in comparison to the previous game. What's my favorite dog in the series? I like the wolf dogs in MGS1, the piss box dogs. They're pretty cool. D-Dog was pretty cute. Yeah, I guess I just never really used D-Dog. You know, I used him a lot on my first playthrough, but then on repeat playthroughs, he's just more of a crutch, you know? When you know where all the guards are and everything. When you get good at the game, unfortunately, D-Dog isn't of much use to you. All right, let's keep going. I guess another interesting thing about that scene, like, we see Raiden starts to come out of his shell a lot more in this part of the game. You know, Rose comments on it in the previous save call, but I guess that previous cutscene still illustrates how much he is still really controlled by the VR training and everything like that. Well, I'm not sure if that's really what they're trying to get at. Like, is that the point of the scene, to show that, oh, you know, Raiden is actually still really under control here? Well, no, I think it's more there to make the player just kind of question the idea that's at the core of it, rather than something that ties into the plot. I don't know. Whoa! We got there just before the alert actually triggered. We heard the sound, but the alert didn't trigger.
I have a question for you.
What is it?
How do you feel about heights?
I can't say I like heights. The water's higher on my phobia list. Why?
Well, we have to go down a ladder.
How far down?
Just a little bit.
Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? How little is little?
About 130 feet.
Huh.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
How are your legs?
Better. The numbness is gone. I can climb down on my own.
Okay, follow me.